I'd like to call to order the regular City Council meeting closed session. The time is 5:36. City Clerk Duarte, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Frometa is excused. Councilmember Ortiz.
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton.
Present.
And Mayor Sosa is excused.
Now is the time for public comment. I remind speakers that this public period is reserved for comments about the items listed under the regular meeting closed session agenda. There is an opportunity later in the meeting for general public comment. This is a business meeting, and we will have business to attend in the next hour. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council regarding closed session items. Keep going. I would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive 1 warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for any council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the Municipal Code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written public comment regarding closed session items to be incorporated into the record?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. We have one written public comment from resident Paul Boren, who commented in support of the moratorium on discount stores. And that is all.
All right, thank you. For any in-person public comment, City Clerk Duarte, how many speakers have taken a number?
We have none, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion and second to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
So ordered by the Mayor Pro Tem. The City Council will now recess to close session under the following authorities. Government Code Section 549569 D2 and E3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to the attached letter without exhibits from Matthew Jacobs, counsel for Dollar Tree Stores Incorporated, dated June 24th, 2025. Letter and exhibits are available for public inspection at the City Clerk's office at 11111 Brookshire Avenue during normal city business hours. We will now recess to closed session at 5:39.
On the second day, outreach workers from CityNet conduct on-the-ground engagement. These teams build connections with unhoused residents, offering services that range from case management and documentation assistance to shelter referrals, medical and mental health support, and transportation. Each conversation is an opportunity to create trust. For many individuals, it can take anywhere from 8 to 12 separate engagements before they are ready to accept services. This reality underscores the importance of persistence,
Yeah, that's it. So that's how you're gonna show.
Are we up? We're ready? Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by, the city council will now I will now reconvene the regular council meeting, closed session. City Attorney Funk, will you please report the closed session action?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and members of the public. In tonight's closed session, the city council took up all matters that were agendized. There is no reportable action from tonight's proceedings. That's the conclusion of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney Funk. Before we begin the regular city council meeting open session, I would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. If you did not obtain a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room, and the city staff will issue you a number card. Lining up during public comment will not be permitted, and each speaker should remain in their seat until their number is called. The time clock will begin when you begin your comments. For the City Council's meeting rules and for fire safety regulations, all persons shall remain seated until addressing the council or entering or leaving the chambers. Standing on the aisles or along the walls is prohibited. There is overflow seating available in the lobby. If there are no available seats in the chamber, please proceed to sit in the lobby. I will now call to order the regular City Council meeting open session, and the time is 6:42. City Clerk Duarte, will you please take roll call?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Frometa?
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton?
Present?
And Mayor Sosa is excused.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Now it's time for our invocation, and Pastor Tanya Lopez from Downey Memorial Church will give the invitation. Please rise, and that will be followed by flag salute with Girl Scout Troop 7273.
Good evening, and thank you for having me.
Good evening.
Please join me in prayer. Most loving God, we thank you for the blessing and gift of being gathered here tonight. We thank you for the voices, for the energy, for the time, and for the resources, and for the overall dedication that is present in this room. Dedication and service to this city of Downey. We know that it takes many hands, hearts, and minds to lead and to serve in this capacity. And so we ask your blessing over all those who are here tonight. We ask you to bless tonight's meeting. We ask you to guide us and to use us and those that are your public servants, the members of the council, their staff, all those that work for various departments, all those who serve and lead in various capacities here in the city of Downey. We know that we are navigating challenging times together, but in the midst of these challenges, you remind us that it is our collective work to create the safe and vibrant communities that you long for all your children to experience and to be a part of. You remind us that we have the power to make our little corner of the world the place and space where all are welcomed and cared for, because together we can work towards making it a reality for all. You also remind us that we can be a part of this work as we partner with one another, as we share ideas, listen to one another, collaborate and coordinate in a variety of ways to meet the needs of our neighbors, of our city, as we plan for programs, solutions, and opportunities for growth and development for our future. So we ask that you continue to guide us, to lead us, and to be part of all that we do together. Help us to do our part as we seek to love one another and serve one another as your Son taught us to do. We pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Lopez. And now, maybe we have Girl Scout Troop 7273 to lead us in the flag salute. Aw, from the Brownies. If you were a Brownie or Girl Scout, raise your hand. Somebody could pull the mic down. You could speak right in the mic. Who's our leader?
Thanks, Lee.
There you go.
Want to come around here?
Please stand and put your right hand over your heart
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
We will stay with your speed. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much.
I think they have a public comment.
Now is the time for City Council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, conference meeting reports, etc. Now is the time for city manager comments. You will go to my left and start with Council Member Ortiz in District 1.
Good evening. I'm going to keep my comments short today. It's been a little quiet this past few weeks, but I attended the Rocket Fever event. It was such a great event. It showcased the expansion of our Space Center, which I believe it's outside right there. So if anybody wants to take a look of our expansion, it's a really nice update right there. And I saw a lot of cool rockets go up, so it's a pretty good event. Also, now that we have Claudia back, I want to officially congratulate you for representing Downey as a president of the National Association of Latino Leaders Conference that we attended. I know I took some notes, so I'm going to pick your brain a little bit because I want to discuss some items. So we'll set up a time right there. With that, I conclude my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. And yes, congratulations on the presidency. Now, Councilwoman Frometa.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight to your City Council meeting. It is nice to be back. I was not with you at the last council meeting. I was actually in Italy as my oldest got married to his high school sweetheart from Warren. Too bad our mayor is not here, otherwise he would say, "Go Bears." But I had a wonderful time out there, and just really it was a blessing. We were out for several weeks, and it was nice to be back in U.S. soil. I missed being in Downey, believe it or not, and I did also attend the NALEO conference in Atlanta with my colleagues, and there was a lot of good information in regards to, again, good governance, and we are going to be discussing some opportunities and some training opportunities for local electeds in the region. I don't have a whole lot to report, but I do want to bring awareness to our community, those of you that are here, those of you that are watching us via YouTube, is that September is right around the corner. I can't believe that the year is flying the way it is. And September is Disaster Preparedness Month. As you know, we are lucky. Downey's lucky to have an emergency management coordinator that reports to the fire department. And I would like to ask to have RACD provide a bit of an update, and also encourage, of course, our residents to elevate their level of preparedness. I know we have in the audience my planning commissioner and CERT extraordinaire, a neighborhood watch extraordinaire also, Carrie Uva. Thank you for joining us. But the importance of being prepared cannot be understated. And make sure that you have in California, it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when. And so making sure you have water and canned goods and small bills, dollar bills. I know we are a cashless society these days, but in a major emergency, our fire and police will be very tasked to making sure that things around the city are working. And so you and your neighbors may have to be on your own for a period of up to 72 hours. And so we want to make sure that we are a resilient and prepared community. I also want to remind our community the use of our City of Downey app. As you've been briefed, perhaps, this app was fine-tuned, retuned, and I was looking at it just a couple of days ago, and what a great app
Downey
we have.
Connect,
The
Downey Connect,
The
yeah.
Downey Connect app. Please, if you don't have it, download it on your phone. You are able to sign up for Downey alerts. You are able to also submit a request if there's a lighting pole in your area that the light went off, or if there's potholes or debris, bulky item pickup, all of those things, graffiti. That is important. I know that as much as we try to be very proactive and respond to our residents in a timely fashion, as you know, we all have full-time jobs outside of this, and it makes it difficult. I know many of our residents sometimes engage us in social media or tag us, but we may or may not see that tag until the following day, depending on our daytime job load. And so a good opportunity is to go to the Downey Connect app and put in your request. I also want to encourage our residents across our city. And even though we are elected by districts, I want you to know that we all represent our entire city. I may be elected for District 4, but if there's something happening in any other district, we communicate with each other as council colleagues, but more importantly, we want to make sure that our city remains a safe city. And recently, there had been some issues with a house near a neighborhood where I live. And this house had some illicit activity and some things that neighbors saw very unusual. And so I want to encourage you, if you are seeing any type of, whether it might be signs of prostitution and or human trafficking or drug activity, I need you to not rely on your neighbor or somebody else to report it. I need you to be that voice, and we always say, if you see something, say something. It is critical that we have this community remain safe, and that our neighbors feel their homes as a safe haven. And so we cannot allow any type of illicit activity in any of our neighborhoods. And we will do everything we can to coordinate with our police chief and our city manager to address situations that may pose a threat to the safety and security of our neighborhoods. One more thing I would like to also address is, if you are also seeing abandoned properties, I think a couple of meetings back, maybe 3 meetings back, we discussed abandoned properties. Please also report it. We want to make sure these abandoned properties are looked at and they're not a haven for transient activity or other illicit activity in the neighborhoods. And I would like to ask for the council to, not the council, the staff, excuse me, to bring back, let me see, let me look at my notes. The president of the Downey Conservancy, Kathy Perez, sent us an email regarding the severe disrepair and dilapidation of the Kaufman building, which is really the last piece of history from the Apollo era. And I would like to ask, and if I can get a second, that would be great, that we allocate some funds to paint and repair. I know the windows have been boarded up, but really this is the last piece of historical remnants that we have from our Apollo days. And I think that my previous times as mayor of the city, I wanted to look at the Kaufman building for a legacy project. And so I want to make sure that we're moving in that direction.
Just so I can understand, so you're asking for an aesthetic the outside of it to be refreshed, to make it look better on the inside?
Yes.
We can, if that's the second for that, we can at least provide an analysis of what the cost would be to
second
paint
that
the
one.
building.
Second.
Thank you, thank you. And then one more thing, let's see. Also, I would like to ask that in our agenda today, we're going to be voting on the new slate of youth commissioners that will be joining us. I would like to have the new youth commissioners be recognized on their appointments at the next council meeting.
I believe that is the actual intent. Today, we usually do the appointment, and then we bring it back for the official and a recognition at the next meeting.
Okay,
Absolutely. That's
perfect,
the way it's done.
perfect. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, and then just a couple of more things. I want to remind our community, Labor Day, of course, it's Monday, and City Hall will be closed. And on Thursday, September 11th, there will be a commemorative event out here, City Hall, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. So we hope you can join us. That will conclude my lengthy comment, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
That's okay. Information is good. Thank you, Councilwoman Frometa. Councilman Trujillo, your comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to remind the community that we are getting a mascot. The city of Downey will be adopting the astronaut as the official mascot for the city. I'm very excited about that. I understand the Park and Rec is leading the charge in having the community, that's you, select the name. The 4 choices they've put forth are Apollo, Comet, McCool, and Neil. Did I get those correct? So please look out for the opportunity to vote on this historic coming to Downey, a mascot. I'm really excited about that. I can't wait to see. I visualize a tall astronaut like walking down downtown Downey during the night markets and the kids being very excited about the astronaut coming down the street. So look out for that, Downey. Congratulations to O Comadre, I think it's Candles. It's next to Gloria's Mexican Restaurant. The Mayor Pro Tem and I had an opportunity to be there at the sort of reopening. I understand she's been there for 6 years.
Join the chamber.
So many small businesses, sometimes they go overlooked. So please support Downey small businesses. Take a look in the different shopping centers. You might find really cool shops that you can go to for Christmas presents. I know the Mayor Pro Tem says she stocked up there last year. So O Comadre Candles by Gloria's Mexican Restaurant on Old River School Road and Florence. I had the opportunity to attend a neighborhood watch meeting with the mayor. I would like the staff to look into Old River School Road. Apparently, they're having an influx of overnight parking by motorhomes or large vehicles. So I was hoping we could do a little more patrolling in the area. I know we were very successful in cleaning up Woodruff.
Was that by the golf course?
Yes, right in front of the golf course.
We actually are looking into that area. Thank you.
Fantastic. So do I need a second or anything? Or?
We're already on top of it. Thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you for
And-
looking for my area.
Yes, yes. As Councilwoman Frometa says, we like to think we're always looking for all areas in Downey. And today I had a tea from Nara Thai Cuisine on Firestone.
All right.
I had never had the tea. It was excellent. I recommend it. Please support. It's an excellent Thai food restaurant. I've gone to that one for years, but it is the first time I have the tea. So check it out. It's right across the street from Hyundai. And I understand that Hyundai is now the #1 best-selling Hyundai dealership in the country. So congratulations to them. And I think that concludes my statements. Thank you.
MPT, if I may, I would hate myself for not acknowledging our council colleague Mario Trujillo's birthday. It was this past weekend, so I just want to say happy birthday. He's
Thank
a good
you very
friend of mine. I
much.
just want to say happy birthday to you.
I turned 57. That means I've been in Downey for 35 years. I got here at 22, so I've been here longer than half my life, and I plan to die here. I really do love this city. Thank you.
Thank you. I have, as you know, some information that I'd like to share. I have some council comments. I'll start with our police department. They recently put on their social media, they had some promotions, 1 retiree and 2 new hires. The promotions are Lieutenant Valenzuela and Howdy, who were promoted to patrol, And the chief says howdy's adjusting, but it's mostly indoor patrol. 2 new sergeants. We have Sergeant Milosevic and Sergeant Diaz, and Motor Officer Chavarria to corporal. Lieutenant Irizabal retired, and he had joined Downey in 1998. He worked many different departments, and I personally enjoyed working with him when he was sitting in on the Gangs Out of Downey meetings. He was always active. He worked on our group events and the meetings and attended many events. I'd like to welcome Officer Jorge Arias and Officer Anthony Navarro, who recently graduated from the Orange County Sheriff's Academy. We have hired quite a few officers this year, which is great, considering the low pool of officers that we had to pull from. But keep in mind that we also have officers that are retiring during the year that offset that number. So we are proactively recruiting to fill. We have 12 more positions that we are able to fill and have accounted for, allocated for. I attended Cerritos College Health Science grand opening with Mayor Sosa. And this is that building that you've seen on Studebaker. Well, they have a rededication. It's a cutting-edge facility to train future healthcare providers, professionals rather. It was originally built in 1974, and they offer cosmetology, dental hygiene, and early childhood development. SEACA, I had a SEACA meeting, and they are extending the Splash on Buy to Adopt program. So all dogs and cats will be available to be adopted one day after their available date for just $25. It includes spaying and neutering, microchip, and the first set of vaccines and flea treatment, which we all need right now, the animals rather. The Wild Tunes music program continues in the shelter, and there were a couple musicians that came in, saw that, and wished to play in the kennels. And when Wild Tunes came and promoted this program, they left the keyboard for SEACA to use. So if you have a musician or you want to have your son or daughter practice and want to do it in the shelter, they're more than welcome, and we encourage that. We want to keep the music in the shelter, which helps soothe the animals. They are open, SEACA's open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 to 5, and Thursday, 9 to 6. And they're located at 9777 SEACA, right off of Woodruff Avenue and Washburn. I'm also on the Vector Mosquito Board, and we met. We are in peak season for mosquitoes, and the technicians are busy in Downey, along with the other cities, but they're spraying to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes. You may see their little trucks with the orange symbol around there, and they will also spray to prevent West Nile virus. That's what mosquitoes carry. Please make sure that you do not have any standing water, or if you see areas of concern or know a neighbor with a green pool, please call Vector so they can come out, address it, and spray. The Vector number is 562-944-9656, and they're located right here in Santa Fe Springs. They do a great job. There was a family camp out at Dennis the Menace Park last Friday, and I stopped by late when they were retiring, going to sleep, but they had told me, the staff told me there were 20 spots for families that were, sold out or taken, and they had an evening movie. The Park and Rec staff was there, and there was a 24-hour security a person at the gate, so it was a great idea, and thanks to Park and Rec for having that summer closure. What a great idea. On the consent calendar, I'd like to call out a few items that the residents can know that we're doing. We're proactive on things. We want to have the best available for our first responders. Item number 3 that we will be having on the consent calendar, the city is purchasing 5 portable generators to be used at various water well stations at a cost of $580,000. We are also renting some. So as you recall, last December, we realized when Edison shuts off and we have an extended amount of no electricity, our generators, we had to go around and turn them on. But now for cost savings, it's better to purchase some of these, some that were refurbished, we had a savings to them. So we are getting those 5. State regulations are requiring cities to phase out several older portable generators due to strict air quality restrictions, regulations, which make them unavailable for us to use in the city. So we want to be fully prepared to have running water for our residents in case of an electric shutdown that happened in December. Item number 5, we are purchasing 2 new dial-a-ride buses. Our current buses are 17 and 18 years old with over 160,000 miles. Generally, buses have a 10-year life. So we have exceeded this thanks to our good mechanics and the way we've taken care of it. And they now will have more efficient, well-running buses. And this is coming from Prop A funding at a cost of about $343,000. Item number 6, for Measure S, we are replacing 2 motorcycles in police department that have reached their end of life. And these 2 bikes are motorcycles of 2014 and 2016. So we're updating that as well and replacing it. Measure 7 is approving the purchase of 10 Dodge Durango police vehicles. And we are replacing 6 aging Ford Explorers, and we will be adding 4 vehicles to accommodate increased staffing. And this expenditure is $1.1 million from Measure S. And I know our officers are responding quickly. There's hard driving on the engines. You can hear them as they go by. So we want to make sure that we have really well-functioning cars. There's no issues. Item number 8, we're soliciting bids to repair the Downey Grammar School arch. And it would be right here behind us by the police department and city parking lot. The former Downey Grammar School arch was on 2nd Street, and it was built in 1960, for those of you a little bit of history. It then served as City Hall in 1957, and in 1984, it was relocated to where you see it now by the city parking structure. So it was brought to our attention by a couple residents and also the Conservancy, and we are going to solicit to get bids to refurbish it correctly. It's really iconic. I've even seen a wedding photo there. The bride and the groom were there. And lastly, on number 13, we are approving the appointment of 9 applicants to the 2025-26 Youth Commission. These are high schoolers or sometimes middle school. And I want to thank those students who serve the community, volunteer their time. They develop ideas and programs to help serve our community or something to improve it. And so they're going to be an outstanding group that we will meet next week. I don't know if any of them are maybe in the audience tonight. I see some spaces here. This is an outstanding group of young individuals who give their time, meeting monthly. So thank you if those are some of you there. And at this time, that will conclude my comments. Oh, I just marked, save the date. We have an I Love Downey festival that's coming that used to be the International Food Festival. Put down on your calendar September 20th, it's a Saturday, from 2 to 7 p.m. on Downey Avenue. We'll tell you more in upcoming meetings, but that's hold the date, save the date.
Thank you for bringing that up. That is now changed to I Love Downey, MPT. And then one question, because our audience members may want to know this. Are there particular areas, MPT, that Vector is spraying in our city? Are they focusing in specific areas, do you know, or is it just throughout the city?
They give a detailed report, their technicians, on how many calls they go out. I think I recall that the report last month said Downey had 3,000 calls, and we were like number 4 or 5 on a city of about 40. So I know LA County, LA City is quite large, but we were coming in quite strong and heavy with the number of calls that they spray. So I gave that to our Public Works director.
And do you have that number? Do you want to give that number again if residents want to report for excessive mosquitoes? I know a lot of my residents have contacted me about that.
And a lot of it is standing water. I'm trying to make sure we do our street sweeping to move that along, things of that nature. Vector number is 562-944-9656. Very receptive to calls and individual calls.
Madam Mayor, I'm just wondering, we have a lot of high school students. Are you for a class?
Yes.
Which class?
Government and economics.
And what high school?
Calvary Chapel Downey.
Okay, well, welcome to your council meeting. Welcome.
Okay. I thought you were a commissioner. Next. Thank you for coming. I know I had to do that. Some of us had to do that.
Trust it's going to be the best 2 hours of your life.
Yes, it will, promise.
And if you have questions, Councilmember Ortiz would love to answer them after the meeting.
City manager?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just alluding, well, Councilor Ortiz mentioned earlier that we have the Space Center mock-up pictures just outside the meeting here. Thanks to the staff for putting that together. I wanted to provide something high resolution to continue to generate excitement for that project. So one of those pictures shows a special event that would be done next to the shuttle inside the building. So please take a look at these as you have opportunity here outside the meeting. One looks down from the mezzanine into a TED Talk style presentation with a video screen. One of the pictures shows visitors moving in and out of the shuttle's cargo bay while kids interact with hands-on exhibits on the main floor. And the other 2 images highlight the two ways to approach the building as well as activity in the two STEM classrooms. So it looks great. We're pretty excited about the project. Construction drawings are over 95% complete, which means the construction bid package will be released pretty soon. So we're pretty excited about the project and just wanted to make sure folks were aware of what's coming and can see how beautiful the new building is. I did want to take a second to turn the time over to our Assistant City Manager. She had some information about the Kaufman Building, so she can share real quick.
Thank you, City Manager Bradley. So I just wanted to provide an update. So as part of the fiscal year 25-26 budget goals, we're going to be focusing on the NASA Volte building with concepts of possible programming or usage. So we'll be coming later this fiscal year with those plans in conjunction with our Economic Development Department. I also wanted to note that prior to that, our Economic Development Department has already set up regular meetings with the Downey prominent property managers to talk about maintenance of the site, which would also include the NASA Volte building because they are the owners of the site and are responsible for maintenance of it. So at the next meeting, we can discuss with them the expectations of the city, maintenance of it, and also connect them with historical preservationists because it's a historical site. So there's other specific standards they will need to meet in order to maintain it. But we will share that information with them so they can proceed with making the appropriate actions to get them up to speed.
Thank you, Vanya. Really appreciate that.
And that's all from staff. Thank you.
Okay.
And City Manager, I have a question.
Yes.
For residents, if I know that you mentioned that the complete package will be forthcoming on this project, but when can residents potentially expect, or the community expect, a groundbreaking?
I think it's, please. Ben, can we get up here real quick and just give us an update? Please, at the podium.
Yeah, make sure you see all the renderings out there in the lobby. They're just beautiful.
You didn't think you would be providing a report today, did you?
This is going to be the shortest one possible. By the end of the year. That's the plan, is the groundbreak before the end of the calendar year.
End of the year, okay.
Super. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Thank you, Ben. So now is the time for public comment regarding agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items.
Public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. If you did not receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room to be issued a number card by city staff. We will be calling blue number cards for the public comment period. Before we begin the public comment period, we would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the Municipal Code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. The City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the City Council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of the City Council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in today's meeting, from the members of the council here on the dais, to staff, to the members of the public in attendance, do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. This includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs the meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the City Council. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking. Any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. And attacks of a personal nature on city staff or city council members that have no connection to agenda items or non-agenda items. We remind speakers that your comments must be addressed to the mayor and not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience.
City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written public comment to be incorporated into the record?
We did not, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you. City Clerk Duarte, how many speakers have taken a number?
We have 4 speakers at this.
4 speakers? Okay, based on the number of speakers, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the city council. Can I have speaker number 1 come to the podium, please?
Good evening. My name is Jim Braid. I'm from Heritage Circle here in Downey. And first of all, I was bumped up to number 1 league traded, and I was not expecting to be here to make any comments. I said to Lisa, I would just look at the agenda. However, I can look right over here as the fire chief and I just bumped elbows as he was washing his hands. I said, thank you for your service. He said, I can say the same to you. Vice Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton, I want to thank you for what you did for, first of all, Vietnam vets, Purple Heart vets, and the moving ceremony in the moving wall. 55,280 guys and 9 nurses, and then more have been added. That shows the dedication that Downey has to veterans, but I'm looking at more than service for those who are in the military. And when Councilwoman Frometta mentioned the new theme, I love Downey. And we have reasons to love Downey. I love Downey. And when I think of service, yes, I spent my time there. Other vets did, but we look at others in conflicts. But we look at those that are serving right now, our community. I'm looking straight at you. That's the council. I'm looking over here to the left. I'm looking over here to my right. And that is real service. And from seeing the agenda too, I see those who are carrying on service to our community. And it's wonderful to see the youth. And we have our Labor Day coming up. And we have adults engaged in the labor force. We have the young people that are preparing themselves for when they are going to communicate as or be a solid member of our adult community, but doing so much to start out right. And Councilwoman Frometta said it very well when she was saying about how you communicate with each other. That is very important. That shows we have a strong city, we have a strong base. And with all our other departments represented, we can be proud of this city so that actually I can say, thank you for your service. 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 And that is the whole thing I think Downey stands for, is let's have a solid base to work together to make our community the place that we are proud of. I'm proud.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Speaker number 2, can you please come up? Mr. Lacey, can you please take the podium?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton, City Council members, Mr. Bradley, and staff. I want to talk a little bit tonight and share with you some ideas about what I read about cap and trade having to do with our governor and our state legislators. Briefly put, cap and trade is a hidden tax on the energy we use today for electricity, gasoline, and everything that is made today, cap and trade. I call it hidden because according to state law, the legislature has to approve by two-thirds vote to have it passed as a tax. That did not happen, so it's a hidden tax. Briefly, what it does is this, that the state required the California Air Resources Board to devise a system that would mitigate the transmission or the emission of greenhouse gases. So what they have done, the board, they have come up with a program, And what the program basically does is that it has the state sell permits at a state auction. Companies can come in and bid on those permits. And they will spend, they meaning the companies, will spend millions of dollars for the right to emit greenhouse gases from the plants and whatever that they own. So they're paying, the companies are paying into a fund, and the state generates billions of dollars a year in terms of this particular program. So what the governor and the state legislature want to do is that the current program expires in the year 2030. And what they want to do, meaning the governor and the state legislatures, they want to extend it to 2045. And the governor wants to use $1 billion of that money to help fund the high-speed railway system that they're trying to incorporate in the state of California. That information will then be put into a vote by the legislature, and we'll see whether or not that program is going to be extended or not. And that ends my comments, Madam Pro Tem Mayor Pemberton.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy. Interesting. Speaker number 3. Good evening, Mr. Squire.
Lee Squire, Vietnam-era veteran, son, nephew, World War II, nephew of Korea. Auditor and fraud examiner, mayor and city council. We, the Vietnam veterans, we are the children of World War II and the Holocaust, and we grew up during the Vietnam War and the Civil Rights Movement. Anti-Semitism, hate against Jews in America, is to bring dishonor to the liberators of Jews from Nazi tyranny, for they are called World War II veterans. I ask, which of you city council members is the voice of the Jews for Downey? That should be our mayor, Hector Sosa, who was the son of an Army Vietnam-era veteran. Number 2, fraud and corruption at Central Basin Municipal Water District. There are 24 member cities, and Downey is one of them. There was a recently filed felony complaint for arrest warrant against Alex Rojas, the general manager, and Luis Rojas, a contractor. Felony counts: count 1, conspiracy to commit a crime. Counts 2 and 3, bribery. Counts 4 and 5, money laundering. Counts 6 and 7, financial interest in a contract. Missing and omitted, count 8, perjury. Count 9, embezzlement. Count 10, federal mail fraud. Count 11, wire fraud. A copy of the felony complaint I have emailed to all council members, the city attorney, and the city manager. I've also sent an amendment to the LADA's office to review counts 8 to 11 to amend this felony complaint. I also want to provide a copy of this complaint into the public record. We, the city of Downey and these other cities, we are collectively victims of this fraud, and I wanted to bring it to this council, and I'm going to bring it to every other city to which is represented by both of our board members, Gary Mendez, North Downey, and Leticia Vasquez, South Downey. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have speaker number 4, please? Oh, you're unassisted. You're doing better.
A little bit better. Well, cap and trade, we've got a lot of issues tonight, but cap and trade, of course, for all the kids out there at Calvary Chapel, know for certain that Gavin Newsom's trained to nowhere. He needs money, and he needs a lot of it badly. So he's going to try to raise any tax he can, and he'll get a lot of help from our Democrat assembly members, especially our assembly member here, the first Latina city councilwoman, first Latina mayor, assembly member. I call her the Mexican Janice Hahn, make no mistake about it. She is a total failure. She was a failure as a mayor and is a failure now. She votes repeatedly against normal people, common sense, votes for issues like 2 men can have a baby, state can take your child without your consent, if they want to transition from a boy to a girl. That's right, the Mexican Janice Hahn believes those things. She votes for that repeatedly. But that's why we have a voice and we can come forward and say some of these things. And we don't want to be fooled by the act of concern about what's being sprayed in our neighborhoods when I have repeatedly brought it before you about the chemtrails that are being sprayed in the sky on us. You still don't even acknowledge that. Who is spraying it? What are they spraying? How is it affecting our health? You really don't care. You really don't care. When it comes to being healthy and safe, just like during the COVID lockdowns, you didn't care. That was a lie. That is a total lie. And you can't say that we didn't know. If you didn't know anything, then why did you shut down the businesses and make people stay in their homes? This is authoritarianism. This is fascism. This is what Nazis are made of. And then they try to portray themselves as philanthropic people por la plazas. They have fundraisers. They're funneling money, laundering it through the Sister Cities program down in El Grullo and Guadalajara and the state of Jalisco. So you need to stop it now and cut it off. And the gerrymandering that's going on that the Democrats are going to try to force on us, we're getting it here in Downey. We're being disenfranchised by 50% of our vote, and it needs to stop as well.
Thank you, Speaker number 4. That concludes our speakers. Is there a motion and second to close public comment?
Close.
Second.
So ordered by the Mayor Pro Tem. Now we move on to the consent calendar. Now is the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from any item?
MPT, I would like to pull item number 9 and 14 from the consent calendar.
9 and 14. Are there any other items? Is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
So move.
Second.
Please vote.
The consent calendar is approved with Mayor Sosa absent.
Do we want to start to discuss item number 9?
Yes, and again, I wanted to pull this item, especially, I don't want us to spend too much time, but I did it because I want to bring up some information for our residents, for those that perhaps do not look into the reports. And I do want to acknowledge staff's time in putting together this report. I know we're going to be under the administrative reports. We're going to be discussing the homeless outreach program. But this one in particular, approving an amendment to the professional services agreement with Kingdom Causes, and to extend the term of the agreement in the amount of $673,000 for a new total of $1,088,250. And I wanted to bring the analysis up, and I know that our residents have been clamoring for more proactive measures from us regarding transient activity and the increase of homelessness in our community. And again, looking at this report, I just wanted to highlight, based on the figures that we received, fiscal year 24-25, CityNet, which we contract with, work with over 320 individuals. And CityNet maintains a 2-person outreach team assigned exclusively for Downey, and these staff members operate full-time and are fully embedded within the city operations. Now, as we will be voting in this amendment, we're going from a team of 2 to a team of 4, and I think that is significant because As I read the report and looked at the numbers, I want the community to know from September 2024 through June 2025, CityNet completed 601 client engagements and 326 individuals enrolled into outreach services. Overall, 391 direct services delivered, including transportation, referrals, and document support. This is, again, MPT Pemberton mentioned during her comments earlier that, and I think my other colleagues have mentioned it, when certainly we live in this community, we've been here for many years, and we too see changes happening all around us. And as our residents reach out to us, whether it's via email or phone call, or you sometimes tag us on social media, we are hearing what our residents are saying and the conversations that we are having, and we bring it up to our city manager. And during these council meetings, we ask staff for additional reports and analysis. I think this amendment is really critical. Going from 673,000 to over $1 million is making sure that that CityNet is doubling the efforts, going from a 2-person team to a 4-person team, so that we can expand the outreach capacity. And I think we've reported, and I know that our police department through their social media also reports the ongoing cleanups, encampment cleanups down the riverbed. But these are things that, again, we've talked about. Homelessness is a very complex issue, but I just wanted to highlight what it is we're doing. And I wanted to highlight that CityNet's outreach has been targeted to priority corridors such as Firestone Boulevard, Lakewood Boulevard, Brookshire Avenue near the Downey Library, and the San Gabriel Riverbed. Again, we get these reports, and I think it's important that as we are voting on this, that we bring it out and we share it with our community present and those watching via YouTube, because I need you to know that we are actively making sure that we take action because we hear you. And the same way we've continually asked our city manager and our police department to continue looking at our parks. We did a heavy investment through Measure S in the revitalization of our parks throughout the city, to the tune of millions of dollars. And when families came up to us and said, in Apollo Park, we can't really go because it's full of vagrants and they're camping there, or perhaps wilderness. Again, we are all in, and I think it takes all of us working together. So I just wanted to pull that out to highlight those things, and say thank you to the staff for providing the analysis and the report.
Exactly. And it's good to see it's doubling, but we'll look forward to the report. And Sergio.
So thank you. I with that said, I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and second to approve item 9. Shall we vote?
The motion is approved unanimously.
All right, now we ask for number 14 to be discussed. Let's pull number 14, fiscal year 2024-25 fourth quarter progress report. Councilwoman Frometa?
Yes, really quickly, and once again, thank you to the staff for such a thorough report. And again, we want to invite our community members to also be aware of what we're doing. We are all about full transparency. That is the cornerstone of good governance in Downey, in any community for that matter. But I wanted to highlight the Downey Forward is a 2030 strategic plan, and it has the framework of all of the areas that we as a council work together over the last couple of years to look at what are some of the goals, what is that strategic plan that we are looking at. And I see that the status underway, there's 53 projects underway, and that is really significant. Our staff is, we have a small but mighty staff, and I also want to recognize that, so thank you. And again, to highlight and make sure that our community knows we're 114,000 5 council members with full-time jobs, and a lot of the times the community residents email us and they expect immediate response. There are limitations to the prioritization of projects and things that we look at, and so not everything. It may be an emergency to you, but in the category of things that, like the police would say, we have to triage. Staff has to triage those, and so there's 53 projects underway. There's a couple that we are no longer pursuing. It looks like it's the city website and the pass for the library, and I just wanted to find out. The city website, I know I worked on the first revamp several years ago, but can you tell us a little bit more?
You want to take that, Vanya, please?
Yeah.
Sure. So it was more on the budgetary reason that we were holding off. It was originally going to be part of the budget process, but looking at different priorities, as you mentioned, so it's going to be held for future year for rediscussion.
Okay.
Going back to the passport item, we were notified that they're no longer accepting applications for new passport centers like our library. So that's also now have to be on hold.
Okay, thank you, Vanya, and I think that's all I had. Just thank you, and community, you really have a great staff. We're not perfect, but you have an amazing staff that is as proactive and as responsive as we can think. So thank you, thank you. That's all, and I move to approve.
A second?
Yeah, I just want to say I've looked through the detail as well. We have so many items on here that all of us agree and collaborate with, but some of them are completed. They're red, they're green, they're yellow, they're all different stages. So we're here to make your community better and improve it. And Councilman Ortiz and I are looking at splash pads, but we'll see what's happening. So we have
a little baby on a little project, right?
Yeah, we have a motion on the floor to approve consent calendar item number 14. Can we please vote?
Yes, second, and approve.
The motion is approved unanimously.
You took me off script, but I'm still following it, so that's okay.
You did
All right,
great.
now
You're
we're going to move on. It's our city clerk. Administrative reports. We're going to have our first administrative report. Now is time for the administrative report, and there are 4 reports this evening, 4 reports. We're going to move on to number 15, which is an update on the homeless solutions efforts, and the Development Department will give that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to ask Sergio Corias to come forward. He's our Homeless Solutions and Housing Manager, and he'll provide the report tonight.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. Tonight, I will provide a comprehensive update on the city's homelessness solutions efforts between October 2024 and August 2025. In 2018, the city adopted the first homelessness plan, establishing a framework around prevention, outreach, housing, and interagency collaboration. Since then, the city has steadily built upon the foundation with targeted investment and new policy. During COVID-19 pandemic, the city provided rental assistance to more than 270 households, helping to prevent displacement. In August 2024, Council approved a PLHA-funded contract with CityNet to expand professional outreach and case management in Downey. In October 2024, Council adopted Ordinance Number 241513, regulating loitering, camping, and obstructing of right-of-ways. This gave the city tools to maintain public safety while still prioritizing a service-first model. The city also created the Homelessness Solutions Manager position in October 2024. The position was elevated in July 2025 to Homelessness Solutions and Housing Manager, reflecting the integration of housing policy into homelessness strategy. Finally, the city formed the Strategic Team for Engagement and Prevention, or STEP, a coordinated multi-department initiative that unites outreach, cleanups, and enforcement. These steps have laid the groundwork for the progress I will share with you this evening. Tonight's presentation will cover the role of the Homelessness Solutions and Housing Manager, CityNet's outreach services and outcomes, results from the city's local homeless census, results, the loss of point-in-time count, the Strategic Team for Engagement and Prevention, enforcement and public safety initiatives, support to local businesses, expanded public engagement and service requests, housing solutions and supportive services, new funding and advocacy efforts, and our next steps. In October 2024, the city created the Homeless Solutions Manager position to centralize coordination of homelessness programs. In July 2025, the position was elevated to Homelessness Solutions and Housing Manager to better align housing with homelessness response. Responsibilities include managing the homelessness service line and website, coordinating STEP operations, overseeing Pledge A and Measure A allocations, and pursuing new resources such as the Gateway City Affordable Housing Trust. The position also ensures compliance with reporting requirements and serves as a liaison between city departments, including the police department, code enforcement, public works, and parks and recreation. And community partners, the goal is to unify what were once isolated efforts into a coordinated, result-driven strategy. CityNet is the foundation of the city's service-first approach. 2 dedicated outreach teams, we each staffed by 2 full-time case managers, work exclusively in Downey weekdays from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Since October 2024, CityNet has concluded 601 engagement with people experiencing homelessness. Of these, 326 individuals were enrolled into ongoing case management, allowing staff to provide consistent support with documentation, benefits, and housing placement. In total, 391 services have been delivered, including transportation, medical and behavioral health referrals, and identification recovery. Most significantly, 45 individuals exited homelessness during this period through shelter placement, permanent housing, and family reunification. Research indicates that most people require 8 to 12 engagements before accepting services. Sitting a consistent presence ensures opportunity remains available until individuals are ready to move forward. These photos highlight CityNet's engagement directly with individuals in the field. Outreach is not a one-time encounter, but a process of building trust. Many of the individuals later placed into housing began with repeated conversations like the one shown here. In the homeless census. In December 2024, the city conducted its own homeless census in partnership with CityNet. The purpose was to obtain accurate local data to guide planning and supplement the regional point-in-time count. Over the course of 2 days, one morning, one evening, outreach staff, police officers, and the Homeless Solutions Manager canvassed the entire city. The census identified 151 unsheltered adults in Downey. Of these, 111 individuals, or 73.5%, completed surveys, while the remainder were visually counted. Importantly, 66 individuals expressed interest in services such as shelter placement or case management. This shows that many are willing to engage and that outreach efforts are connecting with people ready to support. The strength of the census lies in its approach. Teams directly engaged individuals, surveyed those willing, and visually counted those who declined. Every area of the city was covered, not just known encampment hotspots. Results show that most individuals sleep outdoors while others live in vehicles or RVs. Nearly 60% met the definition of chronic. Meaning they have been homeless for at least 1 year.
I think we need a.
Put your speaker down a little closer.
No, the battery. The battery's down.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Results show that most individuals sleep outdoors, while others live in vehicles or RVs. Nearly 60% met the definition of chronic homelessness, meaning they had been homeless for at least 1 year while living with a disabling condition. Demographically, over 80% reported that they both sleep and spend their days in Downey. This confirms that homelessness in Downey is primarily local, requiring local solutions tailored to our community. In contrast, LASA's 2025 point-in-time count reported 32 unsheltered individuals in Downey, a 61% decrease from 82 in 2024, and 73% decrease from 119 in 2023. LASA also reported a decline in encampments from 101 in 2024 to 22 in 2025, a 78% reduction in 1 year. On the surface, these figures suggest dramatic progress. However, they must be understood in the context of LASA's counting methodology. The pig count is conducted during one evening in February in 2025. volunteers tally individuals in dwellings such as tents, vehicles, and makeshift shelters, and USC researchers apply occupancy multipliers to estimate the numbers of people per dwelling type. In 2024, the multiplier was 1.71. In 2025, a USC researcher cited 1.75. While these multipliers adjust raw tallies into population estimates, they also introduce margins of error. For example, USC researchers noted that 2025 count carried a margin of error of approximately plus negative 1,300 people countywide. For Downey, the discrepancy is significant. 32 unsheltered individuals reported by LASA compared to 151 identified by our local census. This difference is why the city relies on its own data for planning and advocates for locally collected results to be incorporated into funding formulas. Building on the data, I want to highlight the city's operational framework. The Strategic Team for Engagement and Prevention, or STEP, is a coordinated multi-departmental initiative that brings together the police department, code enforcement, public works, parks and recreation, and the city manager's office. Each department plays a vital role. The police department provides safety, conducts welfare checks, and supports outreach during encampment operations. Code enforcement addresses health and safety concerns in public and private spaces. Public works removes debris, restores sidewalks, and addresses sanitation needs. Parks and recreation ensures that our community spaces remain safe and accessible. The city manager's office oversees operations, coordinates with agencies, and secures the funding needed to sustain these activities. Together, STEP conducts weekly encampment operations, coordinates with regional partners such as Caltrans, Los Angeles County Flood Control, and Union Pacific Railroad. In addition to this operational role, STEP now has a formal brand identity to provide a consistent way of communicating the city's homelessness response. The logo reflects structure, forward movement, and coordinated action. The central figure symbolizes people at the heart of our efforts. The two-tone block illustrates the partnership between resources and needs. The sunburst represents progress and opportunity, and the square frame conveys an organized and accountable strategy. By establishing this brand, the city demonstrates to residents, businesses, and regional partners that Downey has a unified team, a professional identity, and a clear strategy in place to address homelessness. This reinforces transparency, strengthens accountability, and builds confidence in the city's approach. In January 2025, the city participated in the LA County's Pathway Home Initiative, which relocates 50 individuals from the San Gabriel riverbed into interim housing. This effort represents a complete clearance of the location. Downey provided staging areas, coordinated logistics, and supported follow-ups. The city also continues to partner with Caltrans, Los Angeles County Flood Control, and Union Pacific Railroad to address encampments on non-city property. To strengthen public safety, Council adopted 2 ordinances. Ordinance number 24-1513, regulating loitering and camping in public right-of-ways, and ordinance number 25-1522, regulating public parking lots and structures. Additionally, the city expanded its contract with RMI International to increase patrols in city parks and downtown areas. These added resources have corresponded with a measurable decline in complaints related to loitering and encampments. All enforcement activities are conducted in compliance with the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision in City of Grand Pass v. Johnson, which clarifies municipal authorities to regulate encampments while maintaining humane standards. This ensures the Downey approach remains both lawful and balanced. These photos illustrate STEP operations and practice. Each cleanup is carefully coordinated. Outreach teams engage with individuals beforehand to offer services and shelter options. Personal belongings are stored as required by law. And public works and code enforcement restore public areas. Police officers provide support to ensure safety for staff and the public. These cleanups demonstrate the city's balanced approach, ensuring services are offered while also restoring public safety and accessibility. The city also supports its business community through the Letter of Agency program. This program allows property owners to authorize the police department and outreach staff to address trespassing or encampments on private property on their behalf. Since October 2024, the city has secured 16 active letters of agency. This ensures businesses have the tools to maintain safe and welcoming environments. It is a program that balances the need of businesses with the city's service-first approach. Public engagement has grown significant through the homeless service has grown significantly through the homeless services line in the city's mobile app. From November 2024 through July 2025, the city received more than 550 calls and 239 survey requests, all which have been addressed and closed. The homeless service line is now the first point of entry for most reports. Calls are rerouted to CityNet for outreach and service connections. If enforcement or cleanup is required, I coordinate with code enforcement and the police department to ensure the encampment is addressed in a timely and organized manner. In August 2025, the city completed production of a homeless services documentary. The film provides a transparent look at our coordinated approach, highlights outreach and cleanup operations, and builds public awareness of both challenges and solutions. The documentary will formally be released tomorrow, August 27, 2025, and shared across all city platforms to ensure broad access. At this time, we will show a short clip. On the second day, outreach workers from CityNet conduct on-the-ground engagement. These teams build connections with unhoused residents, offering services that range from case management and documentation assistance to shelter referrals, medical and mental health support, and transportation. Each conversation is an opportunity to create trust. For many individuals, it can take anywhere from 8 to 12 separate engagements before they are ready to accept services. This reality underscores the importance of persistence and consistency. As outreach is rarely about a single conversation, it is about building a relationship over time. Since its partnership began, CityNet has conducted over 600 client interactions, enrolled more than 300 individuals into outreach services, and delivered nearly 400 services, including case management, transportation, documentation assistance, and health referrals. These outcomes highlight the scale of ongoing engagement and the meaningful progress that can result from repeated connections. Continuing. Housing Solutions and Supportive Services. Housing remains central to the city's response.
Sergio, can you pull the microphone a little closer to your mouth? It's kind of hard to hear. Thank you.
Better? Better?
Oh, wait, better.
Okay. Housing remains central to the city's response. Downey currently reserves 6 shelter beds at the Salvation Army Bell Shelter, with Measure A funding expanding that capacity to 12 beds. The city also partners with Rancho Los Amigos and the Hondo Center of Healing to expand access to interim housing and recovery programs. Through the Whole Child, 258 families were assisted between March 2024 and July 2025, including tenant-based rental assistance and permanent housing placement. Additionally, 197 residents access CDBG-funded fair housing services. The city's inclusionary housing ordinance is also beginning to produce results, with the Treasure Island project including 3 affordable units. The city continues to utilize PLHA funding to sustain these efforts, supporting CityNet's outreach services, maintaining shelter beds, and funding programs like the Whole Child. The city also participates in the Gateway City Affordable Housing Trust, a regional collaboration that secures competitive funding for housing development. To date, the trust has awarded $2.3 million to the Veterans Common Project, a 100-unit permanent supportive housing development. The Veterans Commons will provide affordable housing and on-site supportive services for formerly homeless veterans. Of the total units, 21 are funded through the trust. One of the most significant developments in the new funding available through Measure A, approved in March 2024, the measure generates approximately $1 billion annually countywide. For fiscal year 2025 to 26, Downey has been allocated $502,000. These funds will expand shelter capacity at Bell Shelter, support short-term rental subsidies, prevent arrears-based evictions, cover administrative costs, and strengthen the city's ability to participate in the Gateway City's Affordable Housing Trust, positioning Downey to compete for future housing resources. However, Measure A allocations are based primarily on NASA's point-in-time count data, which underrepresents Downey's true needs. While city contributes nearly $13 million annually to Measure A, it receives only $502,000 in return. Wow. For this reason, staff continues to advocate for funding formulas that incorporate locally collected census data so the allocations reflect actual community needs. Looking ahead, staff will refresh the city homeless strategic plan in fiscal year 25-26, implement Measure A funded programs, including new shelter beds and rental subsidies, conduct the annual homeless census in partnership with CityNet, continue weekly step operations, strengthen partnerships with county agencies, expand community education and engagement efforts. Staff will return to council with regular updates as milestones are achieved. In closing, while homelessness remains a complex and persistent issue, Downey has made measurable progress, expanded outreach capacity, accurate local census data, and new housing pathways. Coordinated enforcement and secure funding all demonstrate the city is advancing a proactive and balanced strategy. We will remain committed to addressing homelessness with accountability, coordination, and measurable results. This concludes my presentation. I am available to answer any questions.
A little technical difficulty on that one. We just need to keep it away there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sergio. It's an in-depth report. I know many of us wanted to have that update, especially with contracting with CityNet last August, what we've accomplished. You've given reports and such, and it gauges our police, different sources, the county. I'll open it up for any questions from my council colleagues.
Thank you, MPT. I do have a comment and a couple of questions. Sergio, that was outstanding. Thank you for the work. Thank you for what you're doing. This position is really important for our community, so thank you. I know you touched on the 601 encounters, and from those, 320 some have been secured housing and other resources. Have we been able to see, of those that have been, secured housing, how many of those have come back? Because, and the reason I ask is, as we said, homelessness is such a complex issue. And a lot of it is, and you mentioned it during your presentation, the longer they're out, the longer it takes to get them reintegrated. And a lot of them have mental health issues due to drug addiction. And so my question is, do we know, as we are helping them and we say, okay, thank goodness, X number, we check that box. Are we seeing some of those same individuals come back after they've been secured housing? Do we know?
In the last few months since I've been here, while implementing these programs and moving individuals into these services, with the conversations I've had with CityNet, out of about 50 individuals that I've worked with them and put them into different services, we've only gotten 2 that have fallen out of those services, and both of those were out of their control and fell into some sort of mental health that we eventually got them back into mental services and assisted them with them.
And so you said 50.
Yes,
50.
From the time I've been here as a homeless solutions manager. From our conversations since CityNet has been here, the amount of individuals actually not participating in services is very minimal due to them, once they get in the process, they want to continue because they finally see some sort of light at the end of the tunnel where they might be able to return to normal life or assumed some sort of services or assist them with their mental health services as well. So I don't have an exact number, but it is very minimal.
Okay. And then my second question is, because you mentioned something really important, and that is the Grant Pass settlement. Thank you. For a minute, I couldn't think of the word. And how are we, and you show that form that will be going out to businesses, because I think some businesses, because of our laws in California, I don't know how well versed our business owners are in what type of rights they have, or where the city stands on the no camping and no loitering ordinance as it relates to transients and transient activities. So what are we doing, and how can we really make sure that our businesses know and understand that they have the legal right to say
because of the private property, that release private property, so police can go on? Yeah.
Right.
So with the letter of agency, I've worked with code enforcement to go and meet any businesses that we feel that would benefit from these letters, let them know the process of sending those letters, and they get to check off all the different availabilities they have, so that enforces myself to call on their behalf, or for police to go and trespass. This way, they understand that what our stance is. Well, we do support services. We also support our businesses and ensure that what their rights are. So if you don't want anyone there and is trespassing after hours, not there for any business purposes, they do have the right to call and let them know that they are trespassing. While we work at that time, when we receive the call to send CityNet at the same time, we also, if they don't want services, we do relay that information back to the police department to let them know to go out and do enforcement on what they are able to do at that time.
Thanks, Sergio. Yeah, we do actively engage with our businesses to make sure that we have letters of agency on file, so that we can go on and enforce when the business owners aren't around, and make sure we can remove vagrants that might be on their property.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question in regards to that letter? Are we providing that letter also for vacant properties? I know sometimes they go into those homes, and are we allowed to go into those homes?
We are provided to any vacant property and owner that does let us know. We try to provide that letter to them, let them know the process, and submit it back to us. Once we submit it, then we can also provide that to the PD, and they are able to go. But depending on what type of exactly those individuals are, it could become difficult and challenging in that time.
If I can also add just a little bit to the letter of agency that staff has been working on. So under the Economic Development Department, they're also trying to streamline the process. So one of the areas that they have looked at is also the notary process. So Economic Development staff speaking with our business owners, seeing where maybe possible hurdles or delays in the process to get that letter of agency. They've realized that notary might be one of the issues. So the team has been working possibly with our city clerk's office or other groups that are individuals who are notary in our city to do it on their behalf, so we can help streamline that instead of delaying the process. Additionally, working with our vacant property ordinance and procedures, we can proactively reach out to these property owners that are on the vacant list and provide them the letter of agency, and I believe our city department oversees that.
Yes, and just to add to that, the vacant property registration program that the council recently adopted does require a letter of agency as part of the process for vacant properties.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I think this really highlights our commitment with staff and our council that this is something that we really care for and we really want to tackle. I do have a couple questions. One of the questions you mentioned about the people that we outreach, it does take about 8 to 10 times for them to finally say, yes, I do want to get help. What happens if they say no? What happens? They go to CityNet goes and provides services. They say no, and we just ask them to move along?
As long as they're not doing nothing illegal or breaking our ordinance, we don't have a legal right to stop them. However, CityNet does let me know of every single instance that an individual does decline services. At that point, if they are doing something violating one of our ordinances or our law, I let the police department know immediately, and they will follow up with the proper enforcement necessary at that time.
So correct me if I'm wrong.
You're not allowed to camp in the community, so if there's campments and things of that nature, we do clear those out. But of course, if somebody's just enjoying the time in the park, there's nothing illegal about that. But we do engage and just continue to make sure that they know that there are resources available to them, get to know them, and as I mentioned, usually over time into those engagements, we're able to usually get people into some kind of a service.
What is considered camping? So if they have like their cart and they're just sleeping on the floor like we saw in the video,
that will be considered encampment.
Okay.
We do try to provide CityNet to provide services. The decline, PD gets notified immediately, and PD will go out there and cite them if needed through the ordinance, or if anything else needs to escalate, they will do that as needed.
Thanks, Sergio. We'll ask maybe a code to fill in the question of what's the legal definition of a campment.
Yes, the anti-camping ordinance has a specific definition on what a camping is, and that's anything that has items that have been put together to create a shelter. So it's not necessarily a tent. It could be a post or fabric or tarps. The definition goes on and on to be very encompassing, that those components can be put together to create a shelter. So that, once we assess the situation through Sergio and code enforcement, often even PD, if it's defined as camping, then we have the ability to enforce through the anti-camping ordinance.
And my other question, it's in regards to the 2 additional CDNet that we're bringing on board. Are we going to discuss when they're going to be present in our staff? I know sometimes residents have issues at night or weekend, and right now currently the CDNet will only 2. They weren't providing full-time.
So right now they will be working full-time, 40 hours a week. I think it's 9 to 5, if I'm correct?
7:30 to 4 p.m.
Thank you. The evenings are covered by our code enforcement and our police officers, as well as weekends.
Also for the weekends, okay.
And the reason that we don't have CDNet later at night or on the weekends is because all the services they do work with are closed on the weekends and after hours.
Oh, they're closed for the weekends. So then staff will be in charge. It will be a responsibility of our city.
Correct. Our staff will take on those hours. Correct. Yes.
And if you can you reiterate how much money we're getting from LA County from this? I just can't.
So for Measure A, that will be replacing Measure H, we're gaining $502,000 compared to us providing almost $13 million in funding to them.
So Downey provides $13 million, and we're only receiving $502,000.
That's correct. I should also, and if Sergio wants to expand on this, it's also likely that that number will be reduced next year as well because of the Lawson number had reduced.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's almost, I wouldn't say penalizes cities, but if the number drops, and that also means your allocation can then drop. So I don't know, Sergio, if you want to add a little bit more to that on that.
So the way Measure H is currently being formulated is 90% through Lawson numbers and 10% through the American survey they conduct. So due to that formula, and it is expected that our funding for next fiscal year will be reduced since LASA is the primary. While Measure A was approved, city staff did participate in every conversation with the county, and we tried to advocate and let them know, and against our wishes and many other cities, the county council still approved that current formula.
So that $13 million is going to be going on forever, and then we're still going to see a drop possibly next year. All right.
Does this, if I may, Councilmember Ortiz, does this figure, is the allocation based on population? Because my question is, are other cities in Southeast Los Angeles receiving the same amount or less? I would tend to assume, but I don't like to assume, that it would be based on population. Because again, I think it's really a slap in the face for voters who approve Measure A, thinking that we are going to get the funding and the resources. But again, it's important to say, to have this dialogue right now for the community to understand the cost to municipalities to address homelessness, and yet the allocation from the county and the allocation that voters voted to approve this, and yet 13 million our cost, 500,000 the return. So we bear the brunt of that cost.
And to add to that, Downey is only one of 20 cities that got a direct contract with the county. Every other city got their funds transferred through the county, their council of governments. So they'll be the ones administrating all the funds, and those cities will have to go through those COGs to be able to produce and receive funds.
Right, but and again, we don't know if it's tied to our population.
So that was one of the methodology options that the Sergio and the Economic Development Director had worked with the county to discuss the different options. There were different methodologies for review. The city, along with other cities, voiced their opinion to be more based on population. And Sergio, if you want to talk about that. But unfortunately, the county council voted ultimately to be using the Lawson numbers as the category or the benchmark, if you will, for it. So I don't know if you want to talk about the different methodologies that were discussed, Sergio.
The primary one was the one with by population, but it would allow us to receive a bit more additional funds, nothing close to the 13 million we're giving. But at that time, county council approved the LASA numbers as the primary source of for funding purposes for the formula.
No, because again, it's preposterous to think that the same amount, again, that this arbitrary formula will allocate to, let's say, and I'm not picking on any particular city, but let's say City of Bell, which has, or City of Bell Gardens that has, 2 square miles versus 12.5 square miles for the City of Downey. But anyway, that's.
Yeah, I think from their perspective, the idea was to try to allocate funds to quote unquote areas where there was greatest need, but that need then was based upon a study that's done by LASA, and as we've talked about this evening, we have some concerns with how that study is done and the data that's actually presented there, and that it really doesn't represent our community. So again, we are and we will continue to advocate to make sure that we get a fair share of that funding. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the overall pot of funds that are collected from all the cities, only a portion of that is dedicated to local communities. I think a lot of the bulk of that funds are given to the county and to deal with the general programs itself. So even a portion that we get is a portion of a portion. So it's not like we're getting.
Portion goes to
other programs, I believe, that are run through LASA and through the county. So yeah.
Just a great reminder, and again, I don't want to get into this rabbit hole, but a great reminder that whenever those measures, county measures come to the ballot, that our residents really need to take a deeper dive, because municipalities are always getting the short end of the stick. We are up to pay for more and deliver the services that our residents need and should be getting, but a great cost and not very little in return. So thank you,
make sure
Sergio.
the students from Calvary Chapel know that it's important to go out and vote, and make sure you do. I do one more question. For the 500,000, I know that there was a standstill of how we can allocate that monies. We said that, I saw in the report, we're using it for beds and what else? Because I know there was an issue was for us to allocate or use that money.
That's correct. I think the idea is that we can only use that for housing services.
I mean, it might be better to go back to the slide to demonstrate the breakdown, and then we can speak to it.
You want to run through that, Sergio, please?
So for Measure A, we will be using to get 6 additional beds at the Bell Shelter, and then work with the Whole Child for short-term rental subsidies, at least 3 months per family, and then renter arrears, which is back rent, assisting individuals who have back rent, and assisting them with it. The reason we chose those two is because we currently have a rental program through the Whole Child that is funded through a PLHA, and unfortunately PLHA doesn't allow renter arrears. So our idea behind it is we'll fund renter arrears through Measure A, and then those families can go into the rental program through PLHA after and assistance to avoid falling into homelessness. And then the additional is our participation in the Gateway Cities Affordable Housing Trust.
Yeah, but as indicated, so the housing is the main driver of the expenses. One of our biggest expenses for us as a city is actually encampment cleanups, which is not an eligible expense here. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio.
Okay, Councilman Trujillo, did you have any comments? I'll just quickly kind of tag on some new items. I think the census this year is not accurate. Because during the fires and everything that was happening, we on council weren't made aware to go out and do the census. And you have numbers here in December of 24 with 151, and then in February, all of a sudden, it's the LASA number of 32? Yeah, that's a huge discrepancy. And I know we didn't go out, a lot of people didn't get the notice, so I think the full force, I'm glad to see that you'll be taking over, or this department taking over. You know where they are, you know the accuracy of it, we'll have a better call. We are increasing 6 beds, as you say, we have now 12 beds at the Bell Shelter. That's great, because we need to have, if they're willing to go somewhere to place them. And then we're moving forward with the Veterans Common, 100-unit resident over there on Garfield, and we got the funding for that, not we, but this Gateway Cities, 2.3 million to go forward. It's been a vacant lot for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And that'll give housing for the veterans and such. My question was, you've mentioned there's a lot of, we know there's mental health issues with the homeless, unhoused. Is any part of the Norwalk Metropolitan Hospital in operation, 1%, 5%? That used to be a source of where people could go. I think there's too much that needs to be renovated and repaired. I know the city of Norwalk was getting an allocation, a couple hundred beds that they were going to build over there for their homeless population and transient. Anything happening over there that's already in existence, it's just dormant and vacant?
No, so the City of Norwalk has other plans of development for that site, and it's in working with the state and over some transferring over that property over them for some housing development and also affordable housing. So there's two separate projects going on to the site.
Yeah, the state it would be great to fast track that because you have the legs right there. It was already, that particular area was zoned for something like that. Do you know City Net works in other surrounding cities that we have?
Yes, they were in Whittier for a few months, and as well as Long Beach, and they're in Elmont and the city of El Monte as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm glad to see that we're increasing it. You're making the contact. Residents want to see us do that. We are trying to offer. They need to accept, and I know our team is working with the county to give them the option. So I thank you. That concludes my comments on that. If we don't have any more comments, then I'll entertain a motion and a second to receive and file. Well, here we go.
I'll move to receive and file.
Second.
Moved in second. Please vote. Item number 15.
MPT vote.
Oops.
The
Stay on
motion is
script.
approved unanimously.
Item 16 is the update on the city's preferential parking district. And it's recommended that the city council receive and file an informational update on the city's preferential parking district program and discuss and provide direction to staff on any modifications to the program. Major City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we have Director Baumgartner here, and he'll provide the report.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Council had asked us to come to here to deliver an update on the preferential parking district program. And just providing you with a little bit of background, the program was established in 2011, and it's intended for residential street blocks for the benefit of single-family properties and multifamily properties up to a fourplex in size located on that block. Since its inception, the program has resulted in 9 districts, starting with Shelleyfield Road, was the first one established in 2015, all the way through last year, council adopted the resolution to establish the district on Basinger Street. Just wanted to walk you through the process for establishing a district, and this is outlined in our ordinance. First steps are residents that are interested in doing this come to, they call us or they come to City Hall to talk with our staff. And I actually have our civil engineer who's in charge of this program, Ms. Amaka Udoji, who helps the staff, the residents that come in with questions on the program, walks them through this. I will say that this next step, which is outlined in our in the ordinance, and I have here as number B, actually we do that a little bit later in the process, but what we do have and what Amaka requests is that they come in with a petition showing maybe a sample of people on the street, just so that we know that there's interest from more than just one person. We take that person's information down and designate them as a representative for the application, and we talk to them about the requested hours and days for the parking restriction. Our next step is, really this is just outlining the eligibility requirements. And these are really important to go over because in order to establish a district, the ordinance requires that these steps are met. The first step being that at least 75% of the block needs to have single-family homes and includes both sides of the street. Up to 25%, but no more than 25%, can be multifamily properties and shall only include duplex, triplex, or fourplex. least 75% of the on-street parking spaces within the restriction time must be occupied when we're doing the study. And a minimum of these spaces need to be occupied by non-residents. And I'll explain kind of how all of this is done in the study. The street block must also be designated as a residential street. After the application and petition are received and deemed to demonstrate sufficient support, that is when we actually do the study. The study is done before we move on to a fuller petition process because we don't want to have people go out, collect petitions when it's not actually going to meet the requirements that I outlined in step 2. So during this time, Ms. Ugoji, our civil engineer in charge of this program, she will actually go out and survey it several times during the time that they're requesting. And she will go through and survey and canvass the area, counting out how many cars are there. She also takes down all of the license plates, submits those to our PD staff, who will run the portion that allows us to determine whether the 50% requirement is met for non-residential parking on that street.
Matt, I think we're having an issue with your mic here. Hold on one second. We can. I think it's on. Is it on mute?
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. It sounded like it was.
I can see the voice recognition is working, but.
Sorry, everybody.
There we go.
I saw the green light here, but I did not apologize. Anyway. Once we determine that the eligibility requirements have been met, that is when we do the step that was outlined earlier, which is a formal petition is sent out through the designated representative for that block, and that's when they go and try to collect. We need 75% of those property owners on that block to actually be in support of the parking district at that point. But first, we want to make sure that it meets the eligibility requirements before we send out that petition, or we're wasting everybody's time.
So first 50%, and then we.
So during the study, 75% of the available parking has to be occupied.
Okay. I guess.
And of that, 50% needs to be non-residential. So, I mean, if everybody is somebody who lives on that block, then it doesn't really meet the requirements of the program. So once this has been determined, that's when we start the formal petition on the block. And we need to get 75% of the properties on that block, and it has to be the property owners that are signing that. 75% of them need to demonstrate that they're in support of it before we go to the next step, which is we bring it before the Public Works Committee. They make a recommendation to the City Council, and that's when we return to City Council through a public hearing, and a resolution is adopted establishing the district. After that, parking permits must be issued to 50% of those residents before signs are installed designating the district. And then for single-family homes, up to 2 parking permits, or permanent parking permits, are issued to each single-family home, and up to 1 guest permit. Each one of these permits costs $50. So for a total, for single-family homes, up to $150 cost to be able to park on the street. For the multifamily units, again, duplex, triplex, and fourplex, each unit gets 1 permanent and 1 guest total.
So total of 4. Okay.
Some of the factors that that AMACA has encountered, and we wanted to outline, these are sort of factors that impact the establishment of the district. It's important that that representative that's come in, that she works really hard with, is proactive, does a good job of relaying all the information that we need. Having good consensus among the neighborhood about the requested time of prohibition is also really critical. And returning all of the information to us in a really prompt manner allows us to move through the process. What we've noticed, and when there's been challenges to establishing a district, is when there's been some sort of issue with that representative not being comfortable or just relaying information incorrectly, a lack of consensus on the requested time of the prohibition, which all of this leads to really slow turnaround times on requested information. Some things that we've encountered are residents, and the issues where there might be a slow process, residents not wanting to pay for permits or wanting more than what we can actually provide, which is, additional permits beyond 3 for single family and 2 for the multifamily properties. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well,
Any questions, Council?
Yeah, I brought this item up because I really want to think outside the box. I know with everything going on with ADUs, junior ADUs, SB 9, and I know Carrie is here, and the Planning Commission. This brought me back to the Planning Commission where there's a lot of development coming, and it's not required for big developments or these subdivides to add parking to their houses, and they should, but it's not required by the state. So I brought this up so we can have at least a discussion, so we really can tackle this issue before it becomes a problem. I know that within some years we've been getting a lot of applications for these additional units in our homes, and so I really wanted to have that conversation with my colleagues, maybe lower the threshold a little bit so it could be easier for residents to have for parking. I know it's a lot of issues. You mentioned some issues that we face, but I want to see what my colleagues think about that idea.
Well, I think it's important we remember that Downey is about 50% homeowners and 50% renters. And when we've had to decide whether we're going to issue preferred parking permits, it seems to be a common theme that there's apartments nearby and they're going into the single-family residences and taking up spots. So one of the things I want us to consider, for example, near Stewart and Gray, is marked space parking. We need to identify how many actual parking spots we can fit into Stewart and Gray, particularly near apartments, and draw the marked spaces for people to park. Because what they're doing is for example, if there's 2 possible vehicles that could be parked, they're parking in the middle, which is very rude, not being a good neighbor, instead of parking in one designated spot because nobody's marked it for them. And they're doing that so they can save a parking spot for their roommate or someone in the house or whatnot. So they're playing those games. So I think we need to start getting into the practice of more marked parking spots wherever these parking permits are happening. However, with that said, I think everyone who has applied for these parking permit preferentials, they have met the standards, and so we've granted them, we've listened to the concerns, but we need to do a better job of identifying parking spots. For example, we've now made every alley in Downey no parking. I've driven through some of those alleys, and while I understand that it's important that we always have the ability for our fire engines to go by, there are some alleys where you can mark certain spots. I think if you look at the width, certain alleys, you can pick up a spot. So maybe we could say no parking in alleys unless it's a marked spot. We've also talked about identifying lots in certain districts, maybe near apartments, where we can try to engage in a public-private partnership with those parking lot owners who may have businesses there to say that perhaps at night, residents who have gone through the process will be given a parking spot in that area. Well, I think we should consider perhaps reducing the threshold of what our residents need to meet. I'm also afraid that we're shafting the renters. And that's unfair to them because they need a spot to park also. Having growing up in a very dense city, San Francisco, California, it's almost just part of living in a big city that parking is going to be difficult. And we must remember that we are the 10th largest city in the county now. We are going to feel the pains of parking, particularly if you decide to live in Downey in apartments, which we hope you do, because we value our renters just like our homeowners. So I think it's important that we always remember the renters, because I always feel like they're the ones that are being left out of the equation, and maybe they don't have the privilege of owning a home, but they deserve to have good parking, just like the homeowner does, because the homeowners do not own the parking spots in front of their house. They just don't. And I see people putting out their trash cans, like, this is my parking spot. No, it's not. No, it's not. And so let's be careful about the discussions of starting to give preferred parking to people who already have the advantage of having a house, and maybe, like many of us, are just using our garages for storage. Let's talk about those people in the single-family residences who should be using the garage for cars, and I'm guilty of it, but look, I only have 3 cars and all my cars fit in the driveway, so it doesn't apply to me. I think we need to start talking about that balance also, council members. So I'm more than glad to talk about preferred parking, but I think we've heard the cases where people are asking, and most of the time we have given them the preferred parking because we understand that the density of the apartments should not be impacting their quality of life. But at some point, there has to be a balance, and I really think that it's incumbent on us to start marking up these spaces to tell people, this is where you can park in this spot.
And I agree with you. When we discuss later on for the STREETLIGht program, I think I'm going to really focus on the renter aspect of public safety, and I'll get to that when we discuss that item. But I do want to make sure that at least we start having a conversation of the issue of parking. My district is a lot of renters, a lot of issues with parking, and I'm trying to find a creative way because this is going to continue growing and becoming an issue in our city, and I just want to see what creative avenues we have to really tackle this issue.
You know, I have to agree with Councilman Trujillo on a couple issues in the sense that we as homeowners, or whoever are homeowners, we have the garage, we have the driveway, and many times you can fit 4, 5, if you use the garage, 6 cars. And the tenants, they too are looking for spots. Units that were built in the 50s and 60s might have had 1 parking spot for even a 2-bedroom. And so there are no ways for tenants to find other sources of parking. They do want their cars safe in neighborhoods. Understanding too, like he's mentioned, I sat on the Public Works Committee for many years, and we were instrumental here in giving the preferred parking to the Stewart and Gray Lakewood Boulevard area across from the Downey Landing.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And we had one group come in and explain their stripes, and some had seniors, some had a 2 a.m. Returning worker, and there was nothing. We understand that. At that hour, you want to have a safe way to get into your house. We also looked at like a reciprocal agreement going over to the Downey Landing, using that area, but I know staff has looked into it. We've reached out, but it didn't kind of come to fruition. They weren't willing. A lot of businesses don't want the liability, is that correct, with using their lots for others to park?
Yes.
That's a difficulty?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So, and I don't think it should take so long. I watched this whole neighborhood come week after week to our committee member. Okay, now this car's coming in, and they do the survey, and some cars, they told us that they'll maybe on a business trip, they'll stay there 3 days. They don't even move the car. It's in front of their house. They can't put their trash can. Then the trash company can't get to it, so they lose putting out trash. So there has to be some controls with that, especially if it's a car that's not even in the area, not in the neighborhood, but they're using that area to park and take up spots. But I'm all about fast track. And so the time that it took for the survey and the percentage and going door to door, I've already done that with on Guatemala. It takes a while. We need to fix it quickly, and I'm all for reducing the number of percentages that we have to get something done. If a resident is coming, we need to take action because it's been happening for a long time already. So I don't like us to be the holdup for that if that's possible.
I have a question, if I may, MPT. Matt, thank you for this report. You said, what is the amount of time that it takes for staff to do this? And what is the, has there been instances where the staff does all the work and the threshold of 75% is not met? And how many cases do we have where that has occurred?
I would say the typical issue, if its eligibility requirements are not being met, it's usually the non-residential number. So meeting the 50% number tends to be the challenge in a study if it's not going to pass the requirements. Usually the 75% is not an issue, because if there is a demonstrated problem, there should be, most of the street should be parked. It's determining whether or not half of them are non-residential. And again, if residents are parking there, then they're already able to park there. So if then it just becomes an issue of there's not enough space to handle the cars that people own. But the 50% number is the number if we are going to have challenges with meeting it on the engineering side, is the 50% number. To answer your question regarding how long it takes, I mean, typically within a few weeks. So Amaka will go out and she will study like 4 or 5 different times, so that we're getting, it's not just a small sample size. She's going out several times during the requested time, and then submitting those license plates over to PD. They usually get that back to us pretty quickly. So I would say within 2 weeks the study is complete. It's really what I mentioned in the report that she shared with me. The factors might be just how long it's taking people to get back to us, or maybe ultimately they decide, I don't want to have to pay to park on the street, and so all of a sudden people are not signing the petition.
Do we have a punch list or a quick start guide that provides a very simple but yet comprehensive roadmap of what they need to do in order to get these steps done, so that they know, and that also indicates if this, this is what you want. If this passes,
2 months,
then
4 months, 6 months.
You will be then responsible for paying X amount for a permit.
Yeah, I know.
Do we have that?
Amaka spends a lot of time kind of with that designated representative, letting them know, informing them, educating them. And to be honest with you, really spends a lot of dedicated time working them through the process.
A roadmap.
Yes,
already
absolutely.
To give
And
somebody
explaining
wants-
that and explaining everything to them.
Got it.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Would this council entertain, and maybe it should be a future item, so maybe I need a second, but can we look into, well, Matt, and I don't know if this is a fair question, how much would it cost Public Works to mark one parking spot? Is that something we could do, or your members of your department, or is that something we'd have to go out to bid?
I mean, I think if we were doing a really large area, we have striping contractors that could go out and mark that for us. If it's a small area, our staff will frequently go out and mark, or I should say refresh areas that are already designated with those kinds of, like in the downtown area. But to do a large area, yeah, we would probably have a contractor come out and do it. The real time component would be the ongoing maintenance and keeping those fresh and staying on top of that.
I would like for us to consider marking parking spots all along Stewart and Gray from Woodruff all the way to Old River School Road.
I'll second that. I will say we like to study that, because it does have the impact that when you put those in, that you actually end up losing parking spaces. But I understand there might be exterior, there might be other issues going on there, because people may be parking inappropriately.
Size or the size of the car?
Because the general size of the spacing of those
SUV
parking
versus
spaces
compact versus
end up actually losing spaces over a long stretch of distance, if that makes sense. So the average space of each parking spot is, I don't know, let's say it's 30 feet. And you put that mark every 30 feet. When cars actually could have parked, and they actually might have only taken up 15 feet. And so when they're close to each other in the evenings and they're trying to park, they actually can get very close. And then you end up with more cars parked along that corridor than if you had spaced them out equally all the way down the road.
Let's do a study, because 30 feet sounds like a very big...
That was just a number. Yeah, you're right about that.
But we have to find a way, because they are, and I understand it, but they're playing those games. We're hearing the brunt of it. I've turned a couple of cases over to code enforcement where people are using their trash cans or their vehicles, parking them in a way to take up 2 spots, because it's a commodity.
And we'd be happy to look at it to see.
And I will just say, kind of when we have the request, we do kind of study it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
What we typically find is that the situation that City Manager Brandley is talking about, where the spaces are designed for 20 to 22 feet, and that's to be able to accommodate different size vehicles.
I'm sorry, I keep hearing these big numbers, gentlemen,
But
and
that
I
is-
parked in these spots. They're nowhere past 15. So I don't know what
You got to
vehicles
remember the
we're
average. You
talking
got
about.
SUVs. You got very long. So there's
Yeah,
different
and if
types
you
of
look at
sections.
the spots that are on Downey Avenue, those are, I believe, 22 feet long. So we just did those, and that is the typical
Those, I remember
standard.
requesting that the downtown district wanted those, like you said, so that people wouldn't take so much.
Yeah.
Well, there's a second. If we could have a study, obviously, if we find out we're losing spots, but we need to start getting creative and trying to find spots.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I brought this item for us to discuss.
I would also say, again, it doesn't feel right that somebody's complaining about parking. They own a house. They're all signing the petition, but they have a two-car garage full of stuff. To me, it's like, you shouldn't get to sign the petition and complain if you're using your garage for just storage, but that's probably too much government for people around here.
Yeah, that would be it.
Yeah, just a little, just a little. Yeah, but, I mean, you get my point?
Yeah, I do.
It's not fair.
I have a question that's pertinent to this map you showed. Okay, I was involved, like I mentioned, on Public Works Committee with the Bellflower, Stewart, and Gray neighborhood. At that time, we were told that on Stewart and Gray, there was going to be parking of about 15 to 20 cars because they were going to remove that center left-hand turn lane to allow for still 2 lanes on each direction, but would allow for parked cars on Stewart and Gray. Whatever happened to that?
That I'd have to get back to you on because I'm not.
Could you please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that was a big help for the renters.
You're
And that
right.
was,
I
what,
do
2 years
remember
ago?
Yeah,
I do remember that too. We can take a look and see.
Thank you, okay. In regards to now the percentages, is there anyone on council that, if we were wanting to change the 75% quota to something lower, is that something of consideration?
I think just something lower. I think that I'll be more inclined. Right now 65. I was thinking 55 or 60%.
I could see 55 or 60.
Like, what would be, I'll throw it back to Matt, because I don't want to just have an arbitrary number. What would make sense, Matt?
Well, first I would want to ask, are we referring to the number of people interested in having it or the percentage occupied? Because I think if we were going to lower the eligibility requirement down to 60%, then I would say we probably don't. 40% of the street is not parked. So if we lower the requirement for...
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So I think if we're making that portion I think if you want to say we don't need 75% of the people to be interested in having it, that's something to consider. But I think
That's what I was thinking, the approval rate that they
from an
wanted.
engineering standpoint, I think kind of dropping it down below 75%, you're starting to get into a territory where you don't really have a problem, and it's what's the point of doing the study if it's really not only 60%.
So you're saying about the 50?
I'm talking about the just the number of spots that are taken up. Yeah.
I think what I was looking at is number 1B, petition contacting the signature, name, page, address, at least 75% of the property owners of the dwelling units within the district. So that the request or the petition requires 75% of the property owners to want this to be done. That's what the amount I want to say to reduce. Because so many times you can't contact the owners. It's not that they are saying no, they're not available or they don't want to get involved. The people that come to the meetings, they're the active ones, and they might be 55%, 60% of wanted. But it still has to meet your rubric, your criteria that the street's being taken.
So from your perspective, you're looking at the petition.
Correct.
Moving that number from 75 to 60%.
60.
Okay, I see.
Yes, a majority.
Just really curious, Matt, you said that you prefer that it will be changing the minimum of 50% of occupied spaces must be non-residents. That will be more.
That already is our requirement, and I think that's probably a good.
That's a baseline.
It's
I
just,
think it's important to keep that.
I see it as the buy-in, the buy-in of the residents, that's all.
So I'm in favor with that with you, Dorothy.
So 1B then would be down to from at least 75% to at least 60%?
Correct.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, and the only thing I would probably say, and I would check with the city attorney on this, I think if we're gonna, we would probably have to come back since we'd be amending the ordinance, correct? So if,
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
correct. That figure is part of the implementing ordinance in the code. So we would actually have to amend that for it to take effect, or for any change to take effect.
Presuming we've got a motion and a second, then we'll bring it back.
Okay.
A motion.
Can I make a motion as a presiding?
Yes, you can.
I'll make that motion to 60%.
And I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there are no more council comment or question,
Do we need to vote on this?
we do on this one?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we'll take a vote then on reducing the threshold from 75% to 60%. That was item 1B on the petition contacting the signature containing.
Motion is approved unanimously.
If there are no more council comments on this item, I will now entertain a motion in a second to close.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote. Oh, well, we're closing it? Okay. It's a test.
Thanks, Matt.
I knew what I could do. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 17.
Yeah.
You just wait, Horacio. Wait, on item number 17, update on the residential street light installation program from Public Works. The recommendation is that the City Council receive and file an informational update on the city's residential streetlight pilot program, and 2, discuss and provide direction to staff on any modifications to the program. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report for number 17?
Absolutely. We'll have Director Baumgartner provide that presentation as well.
Thank you very much.
We'll give him a few minutes to come up.
Thank you. And then also following up on a request from our city council to provide us with an opportunity to discuss the streetlight installation program. I believe at our last meeting, we wanted to return to talk a little bit about the pilot study that's been done to date. But first, kind of give you a little background. Again, the city council created our landscape and lighting district, number 121, back in 1978. Funds are collected on the property tax bills, which cover the cost of operating our streetlights, our traffic signals, but it also includes the other L there is landscaping, the street landscaping and trees in our medians and parkways. Under that old way we did it, new streetlights could be added through petitions, required a 2/3 approval of property owners. And this was back when the city was not entertaining a pilot program to help cover the cost. The initial cost was $5,000 per property owner, which was spread out $1,000 a year over a 5-year period. Naturally, this number kind of stunned people, and we were never successful at getting any petitions through because nobody wanted to spend that kind of money. And so streetlights have not, in areas where there's no streetlights were not. So this barrier was being caused by this. As a result, in '24, council established a $50,000 pilot program looking into cover the capital costs related to putting in streetlights, and asked us to advertise the program to the community and find out who's interested. Over that period of time, from '24 until earlier this year, 33 street blocks submitted interest in the program. At our April 8th, 2025 meeting, the City Council, we actually went through the idea of looking at a more cost-effective way of adding streetlights and presented the option of using solar streetlights at a cost of $7,000 per streetlight installed versus $20,000 up to $25,000 for traditional lights. Obviously, it's easier and faster to implement, it's cheaper, there's fewer conflicts with our utilities. It counteracts the wire theft issue, as Public Works was replacing about $100,000 every 3 years in stolen wire. No need to work with SCE because everything is solar. And that process was taking at least 6 months, so it was also just taking a very long time. And it's easy to maintain, and it's proven to work in Downey. We installed one solar light at Woodruff and Big B back in 2017. and it's still working. We don't really have to do anything there. It just continues to provide light. So it's a proven program, so moving in this direction and being cheaper was a great way to go, and appreciate the decision to move in that direction. We needed that information so we could actually determine what we could get done. Again, if we had $20,000 to $25,000, we really would have only been able to do 2 streetlights under a $50,000 program. The way we moved forward with the pilot study was the very first 2 streets that submitted interest also had 7 streetlights needed to cover those 2 blocks, which fit within the $50,000 program. Again, total of 7 streetlights within this project, and I'm going to go through sort of what we've learned on the project to date. Staff began our outreach in May of 2025 to these 2 blocks. Conceptual plans were provided and sent out to the property owners on these 2 blocks, along with letters with ballots asking to provide a yes or no vote. The option to photograph your vote and just submit it via email, we were looking for every opportunity to kind of make this an easy way to participate. As you might recall, at the April meeting, council had also directed staff to help out and help out the designated champion. And so we did quite a bit of work to help out, try to get participation in this. And one of those steps was trying to make it easier by just photograph your vote and send it in. Staff also followed up with those block captains to assist with the process. And when I say staff, I'm talking about Amaka again, who went door to door on 4 separate occasions in July. And what we've found was, just after all of that effort over a 3-month period, we have about a 69% participation rate on that particular block on Cord, and 38% participation rate on Cecilia. We're still below the current requirement of 67% yes votes to be annexed into the local, the Lighting and Landscape Assessment District. The one piece of that is they still need to be added in because there's a $21 annual maintenance cost that gets added to the property tax bill. So that is kind of what you're not just interested in adding them, but you're also understanding that this is going to be added to your tax bill. So again, we've had difficulty getting the participation rate. Amaka has spent quite a bit of time and effort to get to the point where we're at 2/3 on one block and 1/3 on the other. And some no votes that we have received is that even with that $21 annual maintenance cost, people are saying no, they don't want to pay that. And also there's the issue with the properties that are going to be getting the streetlight very near their front of their house. They're saying they don't want that. So we spent quite a bit of time trying to work with those particular property owners and moved them around. So there's quite a bit of time and effort into this. And so this is where we stand right now, but it's all very useful information to kind of get an idea of how this process works. Looking at our next steps, we're continuing with our efforts to get that participation rate high enough so we actually have a conclusive study. But there's some different discussion points for council to consider. One of those being, should there be a firm deadline for submittal of petitions? Again, we've spent 3 months, but if we were to say, like, you have to have this in by this date, I think one of the pros of doing that would be establishing that deadline with a sense of urgency of getting back to us with your response. The con on that one is a lot of applications may fail if they follow the same pattern as this pilot study. So it's just about trying to see if we can get a successful program going. The other thing for council to consider is discussing the 2/3 threshold for establishing consensus. Lowering the threshold obviously will lead to more successful applications, maybe faster process. The con on that obviously would be if you're lowering that number, then that means you're increasing the number of people that are against it. And we are getting no's, so if we lower it, then we're gonna have more people, and we kind of understand what their reasons are. So that we'll just kind of have to consider that point. And finally, determining whether this existing two-block study should continue or open it up to everyone on a first-come, first-served basis. And just want council the opportunity to discuss that. Those pros include, we've spent 3 months on this study and got a lot of good data so far. However, if we were to lower this threshold, it might not be fair to be able to apply it, and maybe we can get that study done if we're going to be lowering it to a different number. Just want to point out that there is an additional $150,000 available in our capital funds to expand the program, and staff is continuing to look at other funding sources. I spoke today with the Clean Power Alliance, who have an innovation fund. They gave us funds for doing the fast EV charging project. It's a competitive grant, but I think we would stand a decent chance at securing an additional $250,000 for this. But we'll continue to look for opportunities to apply for funds to expand this program. But right now, this year, we have $200,000 available, and that would cover about 7 street blocks is what we have funding for. If we were to open this up, staff would make it clear to everybody that's participating. It's first come, first serve. And we can only proceed if we have funding available. So we're being very transparent up front. As I've talked with people, we've just continued to tell them, we only have the $15,000 for the pilot study. So that's why we've been kind of waiting to get to this point to talk about this data and for council to, to chime in on how things are going. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baumgartner. Do any council members have any questions or comments? I really understand this being in that committee, and it's a long process, but I think we try to always enhance it. I think we need changes, that it's not such a static document, that we kind of move with what we see in the trend to be. So any council members have any comments? All right.
I do, MPT, if I may. Thank you, Matt, for your presentation and this report. As I read through this, it helped me understand. It appears since May, the staff received a participation rate of 68.75, right, on the 10,800 block of cord. And so does that mean, and then that indicates support for adding streetlights currently sits at 43.75. Does that mean, again, even though the participation rate did meet the threshold, the percentage, the lower percentage, is because they didn't agree to the cost, or how is it that it?
So the threshold number is number of yes votes. So right now we have 69 people participating in the study, and we currently have 44% yes votes.
Oh,
so if we were to consider a different number, or if we just gave it more time with the existing number, the potential exists for that number that current threshold to be met.
And I see that you the staff visited the properties during a certain amount of times in July. Were we successful making contact with the homeowner, or is it again? I'm thinking summertime, July. A lot of people go out of town. I know I was, but did that play a significant?
I think we were able to make contact with some folks. That's where we got the opportunity to get some of the feedback on that. But I think also there's just a lot of times people don't answer.
But also, I think, too, we are assuming they're all homeowners. We have a lot of renters, and the people living in some of these houses are probably renters, and they might not answer or want to respond in lieu of being the homeowner.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. And the understanding that it's an annual maintenance cost of $21.41, not a
It's not like it's
cost.
$211, it's $21.
If I could share my experience, I walked with my residents that came in the last meeting. They came, and I door knocked with them. They felt that they wanted me present. That they felt like more people would say yes. And I got a lot of, to your point, some residents saying, well, I'm a renter here. I can't say yes or no. There were about 3 or 4 houses in Dunrobin that are for sale. So is that part of also the number of yes votes? And so there was a lot of
it was skewed.
Right.
Yeah. So that number for me, I mean, for my residents, we were there from 11 to 5, door knocking and speaking to residents about speed bump and also the streetlights. Most of them said yes, they want streetlights, but I don't think they met that threshold because they weren't home, or they're renters, or somebody was selling a property there.
Yeah, and I would say that
they reach out to you?
So the way we worked when we got involved and helped the designated representative for that, we determined what all the mailing addresses were for property owners, and those letters with ballots and the conceptual plans showing where the lights would go were sent out to all the property owners. I believe on these two particular blocks, it was mostly people that own the properties live on that street. That's what we found. I think people are resistant to open the doors, so we go at different times to try to address that. But I think it's been a challenge. I think we'll probably see this on any effort. It's going to take some time to get that participation
But
rate.
many of the homeowners live off-site too, so that's why the letters were sent to their home as well.
And now, another question, did we, and maybe we did, I'm just not fully aware, did we have a kind of a social media campaign about this pilot program?
We did. Well, I would say on the pilot program, no, because we were just focused on the two blocks.
We did put out social media about the program.
But about the program in
And
general,
how to
yes.
And a lot of people reached out.
Address us, yes.
Okay. Well, I would like to perhaps lower the threshold. And yes, to your point, we may have, more people against it, but at least we are really attempting to, really reach out and make it known to the community. And if they don't want it, they don't want it. But I almost feel like in the time I've been in office, there's been a significant amount of people reaching out, even writing letters about wanting lighting in their streets and their areas. And so I think that
And especially with our transient population, the homeless, the crime, catalytic converter.
Yes.
I mean, lighting, as we all know, is the very best deterrent, other than, a dog in your backyard, for preventing crime.
Absolutely. And so I am for recommending that we open it up, and that we increase, the social media presence in making this program known and lowering the threshold to 60%.
To something like 50 or 55%, or?
That's something I wanted to actually have a conversation with my colleagues. One thing that was disheartening for me, and also a motivation, the disheartening part was that we started a pilot program. We allocated $50,000 to that one, and not one street light was added, except from, at least based on your presentation, since 2017, correct?
No streetlights have been added in the city since 1950 something.
So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure, because I think this is attached to public safety, and working with Matt and Roger and the team with Edison, we added 9 streetlights in Hall Road. I did a little video, and it was nice to see residents on that area just looking up and seeing their streetlights or seeing that the streetlights are being added, and they had no complaints. And that's one of the questions I had. Do you know how many streetlights Edison has added in these years? Because I know you added
we were on Bluff.
streetlights.
I think there were 6 on Bluff.
We've added on 4 blocks, we've added, I believe, 37 streetlights over the last year and a half through Edison. It usually takes them about 6 months to respond.
Which means there's no allocation to the owner.
No, it's free to the
That's-
city to add them,
free.
but there has to be the existing pole infrastructure there to add to it. And unfortunately, a lot of these streets, there's nothing there. That's why we have to add a whole new light.
And out of all those 36, did anybody complain about those 36? That they just popped up in their streets?
Nobody has reached out to really. I've had a few people say they appreciate it, and then I haven't had anybody say anything.
But there was no survey required for
There was
something
no
like
survey,
that.
okay.
No.
But nobody complained. So, I mean, my stand is, I want to really, just to correct me if I'm wrong, we did $50,000 for the pilot program, and we added $200,000 for this fiscal year, right? For the streetlight.
We have a total of $200,000, including the $50,000 allocation. We have not added any lights yet, but $50,000 was allocated for the initial study in order for us to understand the process, and then now we're considering
150 this year.
150 added on top of that.
Well, where I stand is, I think for infrastructure or improvements in streets, I think it's our responsibility for these types of things. I don't want to put the burden solely on my residents. I think it's something very important. I personally stand that I don't want any type of survey. I believe staff and will do a good job in surveying and doing analysis if a specific street is necessary. Majority of my district is renters, and there's a lot of apartment complexes, and they're asking for streetlights. It's just the whole idea of being a champion is. I personally went and door knocked with all my residents, and it's just really, really hard. And I really want to focus on improving our infrastructure, improving our safety, and this will go hand in hand with our rebate program that we started with security. It's camera rebate, and I think this will go hand improving lighting, more visibility. I personally think that there should be no thresholds for adding streetlights. I think it's one of the biggest ways to deter crime, and so I just want to see what my rest of my colleagues think.
I have a question unrelated to the lights, but where are we with the security camera rebate program? Have we had
So we've been
takers? I know it went live July 1.
yes, we went live. I don't know if we have any data on the exact. Vanya is a wealth of all information, so yeah, we'll have her provide that.
So total applications received is 66 applications, 64 residents, and then 57 have been approved so far. Total funding expended right now is about $12,000. And we continue to reach out to businesses and posting it on social media. And also we have some upcoming different neighborhood watch meetings that we're going to be attending to market it as well.
What was our allocation for that, 12,000? 40?
It was 40,000.
Okay, so not even 20%.
So we'll be a little bit different so I think I understand that the idea is we would not have any threshold, and we would just look at all empty locations within the community and put a light there. That would be the idea.
That's where I stand, and I think it's really important. I think specifically for streetlights, it's one of the things the residents have been asking for. They look for us for those types of things, and I trust staff will do a good job in making an assessment if those streets really need it. In my district, there's no lights. It's so dark, and I really want to really focus on adding more to deter crime in my area. I think my area has one of the biggest hits.
Do you think that lowering the threshold for some of the streets in your district would still not result in approval to get the lighting?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Do you feel that lowering the threshold, say from 67% to say maybe 50%, would still not meet that number? The residents, the renters are there, so the lighting wouldn't be there.
I genuinely don't think that this is going to make a huge difference, and I'm really trying to just get the ball rolling. We have $250,000 ready.
No, it's 200.
200, sorry, to add these rights, and I just want to keep going, and I think this is going to be a good way of deterring crime and helping our police and making sure our streets are lit up and protected. And so,
What about also, Councilmember Ortiz, differentiating that there are pockets within our districts that are heavily multi-unit areas, right? And so, and maybe looking at those as if you look at a prioritization
versus a homeowner approval, multi-unit would then be a different exemption or category?
Right. I'm thinking focusing on those first, and then moving on to other single-family residents, because I think I get exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you. But at the same time, I also we have to be mindful of other single-family residential neighborhoods. I think I do think there's got to be individuals have to have a say whether they want one or not, right? My preference would be, well, yes, let's light it up. Let's not have dark alleys or dark streets. But if we go first and identify apartment buildings or areas that are
Well, can I jump in real quick on this? In the report, there is a list of 33 interested street blocks that have been developed in the solicitation. 33 blocks, and we're just talking 2 right now. Okay, so maybe in this group of 33, there's 100% approval that can get it done right away, and there's not a difficulty in getting that percentage. 33 blocks with 5 council members, we get 6 to review, 6 blocks. Maybe we know some of the real critical areas, and we can select a couple of those blocks from this list of 33. Would it be possible to see those blocks?
I'm not seeing that in the report.
The 33.
There were initial 33 blocks that had some interest generated.
Claudia,
for
page
lights
2.
on those areas.
Oh, again, okay, good.
Right above site, right above analysis, that sentence.
Oh, I see.
And it might be helpful to open it up and go with the first come so that you can get a better pilot study. To
Wouldn't
check
this
things
be
out a
first
little
come? Of these 33, what was the first date in?
They have not been checked for that, but
Okay.
yes, they could be. That would be something you could look at, absolutely. I would say, and I want to just provide some financial scale of what the proposal is, which I think in the long term, that would probably be a good way to go, except it is $8 million project to do all of the community. So we could phase it, look at parameters of who gets priority or something, or go with the pilot study and see how that works itself out and then test from there. But I think, Matt, each light is $7,000?
Yeah, each light is 7,000, and we've identified approximately 1,100 streetlights that, based on kind of like spacing on streets, about 1,100 lights that are needed, so that comes 7.7 million in today's dollars.
So at that rate, it's like 2047 before all our streetlights.
Well, I mean, we could look.
It's a good start. We're starting somewhere. It's baby steps. I'm not saying let's invest all that right now, but I think it's a good step for us to really start tackling this issue of our streetlights. And I think you brought up a point about the alleys. How do the alleys work for lighting up our alleys? Do we still need residents' approval for lighting our?
I mean, we've been focused on the actual residential streets
And-
themselves.
And let me say, I have a couple alleys of concern, but knowing that Edison puts lights on poles, there's a lot of poles, electrical poles and alley, that's a route that we can do.
Let's identify.
If we should be requesting Edison to do the alleys, and yet we can use this, excuse me, for the streets.
Yeah, I would.
I agreed.
We can look at that. I think a lot of our alleys, where there are poles, there already are lights on there. We actually have residents that ask us.
I'll give you my list. But anyway, I think maybe we're done with a pilot program, but move forward with an actual program. And we're getting funding for it. I'm fast track. I'd like to see what we can do to.
So I want to see where you stand. You mentioned about for apartment complexes or where there's multi-units. Are you agreeing to not having that threshold and just adding and then lowering the threshold for residential single homes?
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
I think the one thing for us, I just want to mention that there is the adding of these into the landscape lighting district. So there's that cost of $21.41 going to each property owner. I don't remember how it's calculated, but for larger apartments, it's not just $21.41 for that apartment. I think it's larger than that. It's usually, so we would, if we're not going to have any kind of threshold, people are just going to be added and a cost will be put it under their bills. So just want to throw that out there.
Usually for apartments, it's something like 0.6 of the normal cost, and they multiply it by the number of units, something along those lines. But Matt makes a good point. Each property will be getting an increased expense, the $21 that you talked about.
Again, it's deterring crime, and I think they will see it in that respect. It's nothing that it's architectural or such. It's to deter crime and safety. Safety number one.
I think if that's what the residents voted us into office about maintaining in public safety is a big concern, then this is what we're trying to do, deliver for them.
So it sounds like the interest is, and maybe what might help right now is council might be interested in looking at a full-scale program for the community and looking at some way of rolling it out that's fair and equitable.
Do a I can't speak tonight.
Prioritize. Yes, got it.
Prioritization of areas.
I think if that's the general consensus,
I'd like to see
we're
if
happy
we
to work on bringing something back in line.
We already have a list of 33. I'd like to look through those and prioritize, and then if we were to lower the threshold, say down to 50% on the residential neighborhoods, but yet have some exemption on the multifamily neighborhoods. Is that what we're thinking? It's kind of like a three-tier approach
You said 50% for residential?
for having a 50% versus 67%, which we have right now?
I'm not let us maybe look at that because that might not work out as easily as it sounds.
Okay. Yeah.
So well, I'm interested in bringing back a number that staff thinks it's, right now we're saying about 55% for residential, and then make an exemption for multi-unit homes.
Or having a percentage of approval for multi-unit a little bit lower.
Okay, so make sure we got it kind of, so residential areas would have a 50% threshold. Areas where there are multifamily properties would have no threshold, and we would look at finding ways to deploy lighting in those areas.
Yes.
If that's the consensus of the council, I think we're good. We can go and study that and bring back another report and let you know what we think that means.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes
See if it's
That makes sense.
received by the landlords and such, you know.
Do
It
we
will for the
need
residents.
a
I think we got
motion for
direction.
that?
We can take that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. We'll bring it back. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Are there any more council comments?
Thank you.
So do we have a motion in a second to entertain and close?
I don't think we need a second.
Do we need that?
No, we don't. We're good. We're good. We got it.
Another test. Got it.
You're doing amazing, Dorothy.
Thank you. All right, and we're going to move on to item number 18. This is discussion regarding, thank you, Matt. Discussion regarding potential outdoor lighting color temperature limit, which would be 300 Kelvin on residential and commercial private property. And it recommended that the city council discuss the concept of limiting outdoors lighting color temperature on private residential and commercial properties to no more than 3,000 Kelvin, parentheses K, and provide direction to staff on whether to initiate a zoning text amendment, ZTA, to develop standards to implement such a limit. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report on this item for number 18?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we'll let Mr. Baumgartner take a break and have Director Weitron come up and provide the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. As mentioned, this item is a discussion regarding outdoor lighting color temperature limits for residential and commercial properties, private properties. At its May 13th, 2025 meeting, the City Council requested that staff examine the feasibility of limiting the color temperature of outdoor lighting on private residential and commercial properties to no more than 3,000 kelvins. When staff looked at state or local regulations, we found that at the state level, there is no standard for outdoor lighting color temperature. However, there are some jurisdictions that have opted to tailor local custom ordinances limiting the outdoor color temperature of outdoor lighting. For example, on the screen, you'll see Rancho Palos Verdes has a limit of equal to or less than 4,000 Kelvin. The city of Lakewood has a limit equal to or lower than 4,000 Kelvin. Malibu has a dark sky ordinance which limits it fixtures exceeding 3,000 kelvins. It requires those fixtures to be dimmed. And the city of LA does not have a numeric color temperature limit, but it does require shielding, and downward direction of shielding of those lights is required in their ordinance. When city staff looked at our City of Downey ordinance, we found here's several sections of our municipal code here in our code that relate to outdoor lighting, which includes standards for fixtures related to limiting height, wattage limits, shielding, and spillover control. Although our DMC, our Downey Municipal Code, does not currently establish limits on color temperature of outdoor lighting, it does have requirements to minimize glare and prevent spillover beyond the intended lighting area. Examples of existing requirements include requirements on non-residential properties are required to provide lighting for outdoor walkways, parking areas, driveways, and storage or waste enclosures. For commercial and industrial zones, guest parking areas require low-level lighting to prevent spillovers onto adjacent properties. Fixture standards are also apply throughout where all lighting must be decorative and shielded away from adjacent uses. And specifically in residential properties, outdoor lighting is limited to no more than 8 feet high and limits the wattage to no more than 300 watts. When lighting is adjacent to non-residential uses, lighting is limited as far as height and its placement relative to walls, again, to prevent spillover to non-intended areas. The code also has provisions for limiting lighting outside of the intended lit area, and also provides for exemptions related to safety standards to make sure that there's exemptions for lighting that might be related to traffic signals or vehicle lights or other things of that nature. A little bit more background about lighting that I've learned as well. The following table summarizes 3 key lighting concepts that are related to tonight's topic. The topic at hand is correlated color temperature, or CCT. There's also a term lumens and wattage, which are often used in lighting regulations. The term Kelvin refers to the appearance of light color, warm yellow you might have heard of, or cool blue. 2500 Kelvin is considered to be a warm or soft light. 5000 Kelvin is intended to look more like a daytime light color. And that's usually referenced to as a cool color. Lumens is a unit of measurement for the amount of visible light, and it produces brightness. So you might be looking at a light for your home or seeing how bright is it. Focus on the lumens, and about 800 lumens, for example, is typical to a 60-watt incandescent bulb. And wattage is the unit for the energy consumed by the fixture. An LED is equal to about 9 watts for 800 lumens, and incandescent is equal to 60 watts for the same amount of lumens. So just wanted to provide a little bit of background, because there are lighting standards and local ordinances that relate to not only correlated color temperature, CCT, but they're highly interrelated to wattage and lumens, and any type of ordinance would likely have interrelated units of measurement or ways of regulating those different types of units of measurement. So as I mentioned, at the May 13th meeting, the City Council requested that staff examine the feasibility of limiting the color temperature of outdoor lighting for private, residential, and commercial properties to no more than 3000 Kelvin. If pursued, such a regulation would need to be consistent with various sections of our existing Downey Municipal Code, some here listed on the screen. Staff would undertake a high level of analysis to be able to come back eventually to the City Council with revisions to the Downey Municipal Code. If the City Council wishes to pursue exploring this concept, staff would make sure that we have consistency throughout our Downey Municipal Code, not only within the DMC sections, but also that we're remaining consistent with other building codes or electrical codes. We would be defining the scope as to identifying the types of lights to be covered and the ordinance or revisions to the ordinance to the city's code. We would determine whether the regulation would apply only to new installations or how we would handle any existing non-conforming lighting that might exceed the allowable lighting standards. And then we would also evaluate any recommendations for changes to our lighting standards to consider public safety. Staff would take into consideration in our research, in our preliminary research, we did find that 3000 Kelvin limits is commonly used to regulate glare and blue-rich light at night. And staff would evaluate the benefits of the Kelvins to make sure that whatever Kelvin is selected or is recommended by staff would ensure that there's enough visibility for people and for security cameras. So I think we're all have some familiarity with security cameras, have an ability of night vision, and a lot of this sometimes even relies a little bit on light. And so we would want to make sure that anything related to security is taken into consideration as we're recommending any future lighting limitations or changes. As the next step, staff would also conduct outreach. We would make sure that there's proper notification to affected parties. And as all projects, we would conduct our environmental review. If after discussion, the City Council directs staff to proceed with preparing a zoning text amendment, staff will conduct the necessary research to prepare its findings for review by the Planning Commission, and the Commission's recommendation will then be forwarded to the City Council for consideration. This is a summary table of the timeline and costs. This is a multi-step phased approach to the zoning text amendments, as I just mentioned right now. That we anticipate that based on the technical nature of the subject matter, that it would take us approximately 6 months to ensure that we have the proper initiation and assembly of the correct team. We identify the right relevant municipal codes that might need to be updated. We conduct the research to ensure that we have a right staff recommendation for any changes in lighting standards, and then we would take that to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation, and we would bring it back to the City Council. And it's estimated that the preparation of this ordinance would be approximately $15,000. This concludes my presentation. Staff recommends that the City Council discuss the concept of regulating and limiting outdoor lighting color temperature on private and residential and commercial properties as it relates to no more than 3,000 Kelvin, and provide staff direction on whether or not to initiate a zoning text amendment to develop standards to implement such a limit. And thank you.
Thank you for your detailed report. Yes, it's very interesting in reading, like you said, you put in that chart about Kelvin and lumage and lumens and wattage. And in starting to get involved in what we were looking at, I was actually thinking that this was considering the wattage, the lumens of the new house lights. That's the brightness that we're seeing a lot. But we're talking the Kelvin, which is the color, the light of the color of the light of the fixture. A lot of the new homes are having a really large outdoor lighting piece put on the side of their house by their house number. But I think what is unattractive there is it's disrupting, it's the lumens. I think it's the lumens and how bright it is versus the color temperature. Is that correct? Are we thinking the same thing on some of these new homes? There's one on, I won't give an address, on Old River, and there's one on 7th Street that we've seen. Is that what we're addressing?
The lumens, as you mentioned, does refer to the amount of visible light, and something that I didn't mention during my report, but it is in the staff report, is the color temperature. Some concern there is with the correlated color temperature, or CCT, as it relates to Kelvins, is that there are some studies that indicate that the color temperature can alter their circadian rhythms for humans, and so it can contribute to sleep disturbances or other health concerns, which I believe that was mentioned when this report was requested back in May. And so other staff's just high-level research also indicated that there are studies that indicate that the color temperature can also disrupt wildlife behavior and affect their migration patterns. And so so to answer your question, the report does focus on CCTs and the appearance of light, but again, lumens, you are correct, it refers to the amount of visible light.
So could we have
the brightness, if you will.
Could we have we could have an approved color lighting that was more white than blue, but it could still be very bright? And to address something that's very bright, I'm not sure if that would be in the choice of color temperature versus the amount of lumens, the amount of light it's putting out. So do we have any type of a limitation on lumens for someone who's remodeling on outdoor lighting or house lighting? Is there a limitation we have currently?
The slide that I had earlier that shows the municipal code requirements,
Is it
no,
the
we don't
800
have any.
lumens?
We don't have any lumens.
We don't have any lumen requirement. I think that's some of our problem,
yes, and I
is the
think that's-
wattage, the strength of the light, not necessarily the color so much, unless
Well, I
I'm.
think it's both. I think
Could
it's
be.
both, MPT, and I really appreciated this report. I think we've been talking about this for some time, and it was a resident in District 4 who's been outspoken about various issues, but this particular resident, it just so happens there's a significantly large home being built right behind his property, and I think as we see throughout our city, there are small single home family homes and Mac mansions right next door, and when we're talking about the importance of lighting, yes, to deter crime, but when excessive lighting in
Where it's not
those
interfering with
luminous
another resident, yeah.
is interfering with the next door, and then there's no standard because California doesn't have lighting standards. But in our municipal code mentions some, but we haven't really established a standardized lighting and luminous approach. I think that's something that is it needed to be brought up for discussion.
I have a question, Mary. In that case that Councilwoman Fermetta points out correctly, so do we have any measures in place when you're having a big house being built next to a little house? Do we have anything in place in our codes that talks about their lighting being installed in a way that it doesn't flash into their backyard or their side of their house? Do we have anything like that already?
The current standards do allow city staff to ensure that any lighting that's being installed does not spill over to adjacent properties. And that typically takes place in looking at a lighting plan and identifying the shields when they're close to the property line or have the ability to have the light spread. Then there's shields typically installed to keep the light from to the adjacent properties. There's also minimum setback requirements adjacent to residential properties that lighting cannot be put on, for example, on a property line where it would most likely then spread over to the adjacent property. If the council is looking for an opportunity for staff to evaluate how to improve upon the existing standards, I think there's ways that we could develop lighting guidelines to where staff is looking at implementing our existing code. There's some cities that I've worked in where for single-family dwellings, new construction, you have the requirement of photometric plan that is provided by the developer, by the homeowner, that is sometimes seen as a burden to the homeowner because it does require a professional engineer, a lighting expert to provide a lighting plan of all the lighting types that they're going to be installing on a single-family dwelling or on a subdivision, for example, and then provide the photometric plan that shows the light spread, the amount of lumens, and then it also requires the adjacent properties to be shown to ensure that based on the light spread and the design of those fixtures, that it will not exceed the allowable limit that the city would impose.
But now, going back to the initial question, again, the city of Downey, we don't have the baseline for
Kelvin or
Kelvin
lumens?
or the lumens. Is that correct?
We don't.
Okay, so I think again, this is a good start. This is a good opportunity, and an opportunity to revise our current codes. And looking at your timeline, Director Whitron, that means July 2026 would be month one. It would take 10 months to do the research to get us to the initial phase?
The project would be initiated on July 1st of 2026, and the project would take us, I would say, no more than 6 months. And the reason that we wouldn't start until July 1st of 2026 is that our staff is really focused on our general plan update which includes updating all our elements of the general plan, and that's a heavy lift for the planning division, and this is a project that would be under the planning division of our department.
May I inquire, are there any cons to this? Is the public going to get upset about this? What are the cons that we may foresee, or any backlash, if any? I'm just wondering.
I mentioned a couple just a few minutes ago, in that for single-family homes, sometimes requiring that photometric plan that maybe a developer would be used to providing, but maybe an individual homeowner wouldn't. That is a costly burden. However, if the concern is about new construction, it's very common for new construction homes to be accompanied with a photometric plan. I would say having the requirement for a photometric plan accompanied with up-to-date lighting standards would be beneficial to any applicant, because it provides clarity. It lets them know what the city wants in advance versus the city staff just requiring a photometric plan and trying to make sense out of what we think we might want. And so, especially because we don't address lumens and CCTs, I think it would be beneficial to bring our codes up to date with current lighting standards. There's been a lot of advancement when it comes to LED lights. There's a lot of different color changing lights too. Before, it was somebody would buy a light and it would be one color, temperature, one color, and now you have folks with remote controls and dimmers, and you can make it as bright as you want or as dim as you want. So there is some benefit to bringing our code up to date, but as far as cons, I think it would be a balance of, are we requiring single-family dwelling homeowners who might be owner-builders to provide these photometric technical plans that a developer would be used to providing? Do we want them to do it, or do we want, or how would we handle that? And that's something that we can come back as staff during our research and recommend and take that into consideration as part of staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
If we were to eventually establish, say, a lumen amount, and we had some residents who had doubled what we would say is comfortable level, can that be then said that at the time of building they were in compliance? Would they, in a sense, be grandfathered in, and it would not be, we couldn't, or residents couldn't change from them from lowering the wattage, which might be, obtrusive to them? I think they're grandfathered in. So if we start with a certain range, you can only go this bright in your house or your driveway with a light, then it's moving forward?
That would be part of staff's research and recommendation, just as other items we brought to the council or to the planning commission. We look at existing uses or existing conditions who wouldn't conform to the new standard, and that would fall under the non-conforming standard. Typically, someone who has installed something prior to the new regulation that's no longer allowed, they're no longer allowed to have that type of wall pack, for example. They would become legal non-conforming. They can keep it until it's removed, and then it would be replaced with the new standard. There's some codes that require a certain time limit that folks need to remove the non-conforming condition by a certain time period and comply with the new standard. So that's an option too. If you want to provide direction on that today, that would be helpful to staff if you would want us to look at bringing non-conforming lighting into conforming standards.
Mm-hmm. I could see doing that, because the neighbors on each side, are going to have a problem, and they have to live with it, for their duration, rather than now have new standards and new rules that say that's just a little too bright, or that's a lot too bright. You're becoming the runway for LAX on some of these houses. So I'd like to see that houses that have a non-conforming, if we were to adopt something, houses that become non-conforming with the lighting conform to what we require to lower down that wattage, those lumens or whatever we decide. Because that's the whole purpose of some of this, because it's already happening.
Right.
If I may, just as a reminder for non-conforming lighting, the only way for staff to know if it's non-conforming is if there's actually a photometric plan that's submitted by the homeowner indicating what type of lighting fixture they have they would have to research to find out what fixture they have, what are the specifications, providing us that photometric plan, and then staff would evaluate that photometric plan for compliance with the current code. The city staff wouldn't be able to go out there, visually look and assume or have some type of lighting measure instrument. That's really not what
There is
staff
one.
would
There's a
be doing.
decibel reader, there's a dB level of what was 65 was the range.
Yeah, so again, it would, a lot of the burden would be then put on the homeowner to prove, that, we think you're too bright, so they would have to prove something, so.
Well, the manufacturer paperwork, that could work as well. So, okay, are there any other questions on this, or are we?
I would like to see, and I know Director Whitron, you mentioned you're currently reviewing your plan, but I would like to see this come back, at least in some type of a draft form to us 2 months before. I think 10 months is a significant amount of time. I would like to see it come 2 months before so that we can review it.
We can look at our priorities and see how we can fit it in.
Thank you.
Well, I will now entertain a motion and a second to close comment and adopt the report, or I have it on here. Do we vote on this?
I think we got our direction. If there's consensus, we
Okay.
can proceed, bring it back.
So I'll cross that off too. So at this time, our meeting will be adjourned. It is 9:40, and the city council meeting is now adjourned in memory of police officer Hector Javier De Leon Saldana, 32, of the Los Angeles Police Department, who lost his life in an ATV crash while off duty, and firefighter paramedic Jerry W. Guzman, a 23-year-old veteran of the Los Angeles County Fire Department, who passed away while on duty. Please have a moment of silence. Our meeting is adjourned at 9:40.